the quiet spaces of ancient memory, long before written history shaped the world, stories were carried from hearth to hearth, speaking of forces older than cities, older than the seas that touched the Greek shores. Among these timeless figures stands Hera, the serene yet powerful queen of Olympus, whose presence shaped the course of both divine and mortal lives. As the wife and sister of Zeus and the goddess of marriage, family, and justice, Hera's power extended far beyond her role as the consort of the king of the gods. With her regal authority and deep connection to the natural order, Hera is a figure who holds the balance of the cosmos in her hands. Her name echoes through the ancient stories, not just as a goddess who governs over marriage and family, but as a force of cosmic law and balance. She is the protector of the sacred union between gods and mortals, the enforcer of divine laws, and, at times, the avenger of those who disrupt the natural order. Yet, her character is layered, her actions sometimes driven by a deep sense of justice, and other times marked by powerful, sometimes vengeful emotions that arise when her sanctity is challenged. In this journey, we will explore Hera's divine essence, the balance she brings to the world, the emotional complexities that drive her actions, and the mythic legacy she leaves behind as both a powerful matriarch and an enduring symbol of feminine authority. Whether revered or feared, Hera remains a goddess whose influence over the realms of family, power, and justice has never been diminished, and her story continues to resonate in the echoes of ancient myths. In the earliest imaginings of Greek myth, before the rise of Olympus and long before the shaping of the mortal world, existence was defined by the vast presence of the Titans. These ancient beings, born from Gaia and Uranus, represented the primal forces of nature itself, enduring, immense, and foundational. Among them were Cronus and Rhea, whose union would someday give rise to the generation of gods known as the Olympians. Hera's story begins within this remote and mythic age, shaped not by the bright clarity of the later classical world, but by the quiet, ancient weight of cosmic origin. Hera was born into a lineage that carried both creation and destruction within it. Her parents, Cronus and Rhea, belonged to a generation where power was absolute yet unstable. Cronus, driven by prophecy and fear, lived beneath the shadow of a warning that foretold his downfall at the hands of one of his own children. As each offspring was born, he consumed them in an attempt to prevent the unraveling of his rule. Within this cycle of birth and swallowing, Hera entered the world alongside her divine siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades, each destined to be taken into the depths of their father's being. Little is described in detail about Hera's earliest moments, but within the mythic framework of Greek tradition, the silence surrounding her infancy becomes its own kind of presence. Hera is imagined as existing within Cronus, not as a living child, but as a force waiting for time to turn. This period, though shrouded in poetic abstraction, forms an important foundation for her later character. The goddess who would one day embody stability, order, and the structure of marriage began in a realm where the natural structure of family was broken, distorted, and suspended. Her deliverance from Cronus's grasp came through the actions of her mother Rhea, whose final child, Zeus, was hidden in secret. The myths tell that Rhea, guided by desperation and foresight, protected the newborn Zeus by spiriting him away to the island of Crete. There, in a secluded cave on Mount Dicte or Mount Ida, depending on the tradition, he grew in secrecy under the care of nymphs and sacred guardians. It was this child, saved from his father's fate, who later forced Cronus to release his swallowed offspring. Hera emerged into the newly shifting world alongside her brothers and sisters, no longer confined within the Titan's shadow. This emergence marked the beginning of a profound cosmic transition. The Titans, who had long ruled over the ordered universe, now faced a younger generation, born from them, yet set apart by destiny. Hera, restored to life and freedom, stood among her kin as one of the 6 original Olympian gods. Her identity was not yet shaped by marriage, motherhood, or the regal symbolism that later defined her. Instead, she existed as a primordial expression of divine potential, a figure whose role would soon unfold through conflict and transformation. As the Olympians gathered around Zeus, the struggle known as the Titanomachy began to take form. This conflict, lasting 10 mythic years, represented the decisive shift between the age of the Titans and the age of the gods. Hera's presence during this era, though not described in great detail by ancient sources, holds symbolic significance. She belonged to the generation poised between worlds, born of Titans, yet aligned with the forces of change. Her survival from within Cronus and her emergence into the new order placed her among deities whose existence carried the promise of renewal. Though the battles of the Titanomachy are often associated with Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, Hera's position within this developing pantheon was essential. She represented continuity within the divine family, a stabilizing presence amid upheaval. Even before she became Queen of the Gods, Hera embodied the principle of structured harmony, an aspect of her character that later made her the patroness of marriage and lawful union. Her origin among the Titans, whose rule was marked by instability, further deepens the thematic contrast between her lineage and her future domain. When the Titans were finally defeated and confined, the world entered a new age. Mount Olympus became the center of divine governance, a place where the newly established gods would shape the order of the cosmos. Hera, now free from her father's consuming grasp and the turbulence of the Titanomachy, took her place among the first divine inhabitants of Olympus. Her identity at this stage was still forming, but within the architecture of Greek myth, she was already positioned to become a figure of immense influence and presence. Scholars of antiquity often noted that Hera's earliest character was older than many of the myths that later featured her. In some traditions, she appears as a pre-Olympian goddess whose cult existed long before the standardized stories of Zeus and the Olympian family took shape. Her worship in regions such as Argos and Samos suggests that she may have once been revered as a sovereign goddess independent of later narrative frameworks. This deep antiquity adds another layer to her origin, indicating that Hera may have been shaped by traditions older than the Titan and Olympian cycles themselves. From this ancient foundation, Hera's role evolved into one of profound significance. Her birth among the Titans gave her a stature that placed her close to the origins of divine power, while her emergence into Olympus connected her to the new order of gods who would oversee the world of mortals. This dual position, rooted in the past yet essential to the future, became one of the defining aspects of her character. As the first generation of Olympians began to define the structures of the cosmos, Hera's presence became increasingly associated with the values central to human and divine society. While her later myths often emphasize her authority within marriage, her jealousy, or her interactions with other gods, these stories rest upon the foundation established at her birth. Hera's origins set her apart as a goddess shaped by cosmic history, carrying within her the legacy of both Titan and Olympian heritage. In this earliest era of myth, Hera stands not yet as queen, not yet as guardian, but as a being woven into the deepest layers of Greek cosmology. Her story begins before the shaping of human civilization, before the rise of temples, and before the narratives that would portray her in all her complexity. She emerges from the oldest strata of divine existence, carrying with her the solemnity and stillness of an age where the world was young and the gods themselves were only beginning to take form. From these ancient origins, Hera would journey toward her eventual place as the sovereign of Olympus, the protector of sacred order, and one of the most enduring figures in Greek myth. Her birth marks the beginning of a long arc of influence, a presence that would shape the rhythms of divine and mortal life throughout the ages to come. In the vast architecture of early Greek myth, the childhood of the gods belongs not to the gentle warmth of domestic stories, but to the immense transitions that reshaped the cosmos. Hera's early years, though sparsely detailed in ancient texts, unfold within this larger landscape of secrecy, protection, and quiet resilience. Hers is a childhood spent on the threshold of transformation, born into a world ruled by titans, yet destined to see that world overturned and replaced by a new divine order. The silence surrounding these years is not emptiness. Rather, it is a sacred stillness, a pause before emergence, filled with the weight of what was to come. After being released from Cronus, Hera entered a world that was still defined by unrest. Her rescue coincided with the rising strength of Zeus, who had grown in hiding until he was ready to confront the father who had swallowed his siblings. The return of Hera and the other consumed Olympians marked not only the restoration of life, but the reinstatement of divine balance. Yet, they emerged into a cosmos still dominated by Titan rule, a realm where Cronus's authority had shaped the heavens, earth, and sea for untold ages. Hera's early existence unfolded within this shifting order, and she became part of the moment when the balance between old and new forces began to tilt. The myths describe little about her childhood companions or her immediate experiences. Instead, her early life must be understood through the broader rhythms of the divine family's reconstitution. She was reunited with her siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades, each of whom shared the strange, suspended childhood of being held within Cronus's being. Their rebirth into the world formed the foundation of what would later become the Olympian pantheon. Though Hera's personality and domains would eventually differentiate her from her siblings, their reunion marked the beginning of her conscious divine existence. It was during this time that Zeus began to gather allies and organize resistance against the Titans. Hera's position within this preparation is not elaborated in ancient poetry, but her presence among the newly freed Olympians would have been central to the formation of their identity as a unified generation. The Olympians were still young, still incomplete in their roles, and Hera's early years were shaped by witnessing the slow assembling of forces that would challenge the Titans. This was a period of waiting and quiet observation, a stage in which the gods were not yet sovereign, but not entirely powerless. Hera belonged to this liminal space, standing within a divine family still finding its shape. The Titanomachy itself, a conflict stretching across 10 mythic years, forms the central event of Hera's early life. While the stories often focus on the martial exploits of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the war's impact on Hera was equally profound. She was part of the generation whose existence had been threatened by Cronus, and whose future depended on the outcome of the struggle. The war represented the assertion of a new cosmic structure, one that would eventually define Hera's identity as an Olympian. Her early years are thus inseparable from the atmosphere of preparation, conflict, and transformation that surrounded the Titanomachy. The myths portray this war not simply as a battle of strength, but as a reordering of the cosmos itself. Forces older than the Titans, such as the Cyclopes and the hundred-handed giants, joined the Olympians after being released from imprisonment. The heavens shook, the seas roared, and the boundaries of the world trembled under the magnitude of the conflict. Hera's childhood unfolded against this vast backdrop, where the ordinary rhythms of growth and play were replaced by the cosmic reverberations of war. Even if she did not fight, she lived through the darkened sky, the thunderous upheavals, and the shifting alignment of divine powers. This environment shaped her understanding of divine authority. Unlike a goddess who matured in a peaceful kingdom, Hera came of age during a period when power was unstable and contested. The instability she witnessed became a quiet thread running through her adult identity, a deep, instinctive commitment to order, structure, and the sanctity of bonds. The later myths that portray her as guardian of marriage and protector of sacred unions rest upon this foundation. She became a goddess who valued stability because her earliest memories were shaped by upheaval. Her experience also differed from that of Zeus. While Zeus spent his infancy sheltered in a hidden cave, nurtured by nymphs, Hera's early consciousness awakened in a world braced for revolution. Zeus had grown up away from the reach of Cronus, but Hera had experienced the direct consequences of her father's actions. When the Olympians prepared to challenge Cronus, Hera stood among those whose very existence demanded change. This distinction between a god raised in concealment and a goddess reborn into conflict subtly shaped the dynamic between Hera and Zeus in later myth. As the war progressed and the Titans' power weakened, the world became increasingly receptive to the influence of the Olympians. Hera, reaching maturity during this transitional period, grew into her identity not as a powerless child, but as a goddess inheriting a new cosmic order. This was the dawn of her authority, long before her marriage to Zeus and her ascension as Queen of Olympus. She belonged to the generation that would redefine the relationships between gods, mortals, and the natural world. And her maturity coincided with the establishment of these new structures. After the Titanomachy ended, the defeated Titans were cast into Tartarus, the deep and shadowed realm beneath the earth. Their fall marked the final transition from the old world to the new. The Olympians emerged victorious and claimed Mount Olympus as their seat of power. For Hera, this was not merely the end of a conflict, but the beginning of a new divine identity. Her childhood in secrecy, shaped by both protection and turmoil, had prepared her for the responsibilities that would define her later role. Her hidden years, though quiet in narrative detail, form one of the most important foundations of her character. They explain her profound connection to continuity, her reverence for established order, and her position as a stabilizing force within the divine hierarchy. Hera's early life reflects an existence forged in transition, born under the threat of destruction, nurtured during cosmic upheaval, and matured during the transformation of the universe. These formative years, silent yet powerful, shaped her into a goddess who stood firmly against chaos. The childhood she endured was not filled with gentle stories or ancestral guidance, but with vast forces shifting around her. From these beginnings, she emerged not fragile, but resolute, carrying within her the calm and unyielding strength that would one day define her reign as Queen of the Gods. In this early stage of her story, Hera is not yet the majestic figure depicted in later myths. She is a presence shaped by secrecy and conflict, a young goddess experiencing the birth of a new age. Her hidden years mark the quiet rise of a force destined to guide the structure of divine and mortal life, setting the stage for her journey into sovereignty and mythic renown. When the Titanomachy came to its long-awaited close, the cosmos entered a period of profound stillness. The storms of war, which had shaken the foundations of the earth and sky for a decade, gradually subsided. The cries of the hundred-handed giants faded into the distance, and the final echoes of thunder released by Zeus and his allies dissolved into the far reaches of the heavens. In this new, quiet expanse, the world awaited its next order, one shaped not by the ancient titans, but by the younger generation who had risen from the depths of Cronus's reign. It was within this transformed landscape that Hera began to take her place in the emerging architecture of Olympus. The end of the war did not simply mark the defeat of the Titans, it marked the beginning of a new cosmic structure. For the first time, a collective of deities, siblings, companions, and newly liberated primordial forces stood in alignment, ready to shape the governance of the universe. Mount Olympus, a towering presence long associated with divine mystery, now became the central seat of power. It was not chosen for its height alone, but for its association with serenity, remoteness, and the unbroken clarity of the sky. Hera, along with her brothers and sisters, ascended this mountain and stepped into the beginnings of a new order that would define the ages. Hera's arrival at Olympus was not accompanied by proclamation or spectacle. Instead, her presence settled into the structure of the emerging divine household with a quiet assurance. She was among the eldest of the Olympian siblings and carried within her the memory of a world that preceded this new governance. These memories formed a foundational part of her identity. The stillness after the Titanomachy revealed a world waiting to be shaped, and Hera's role in that shaping grew steadily, rooted in her innate inclination toward balance and continuity. The first task of the Olympians was to establish a hierarchy, a system through which the natural forces and divine responsibilities could be distributed. Zeus, having led the charge against the Titans, assumed the role of king of the gods. Poseidon took dominion over the sea, and Hades, though part of the triumphant generation, withdrew into the unseen depths of the underworld. Demeter took on the stewardship of the earth's fertility, and Hestia became guardian of the hearth and the eternal flame. In this arrangement, Hera's responsibilities were not yet fixed by narrative tradition, but her role grew naturally from her temperament and her influence among the gods. She became the anchor of the divine household, the embodiment of stability within the newly formed hierarchy. The Greeks later described Hera as the goddess of marriage, family, and lawful union. But these attributes did not arise suddenly. They were extensions of her essential nature, her inherent connection to order, her deep resonance with continuity, and her role in cultivating the structured relationships that bound both gods and mortals. Hera's significance on Olympus came not only from her lineage as a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, but from her ability to uphold the integrity of the divine family itself. The early Olympian era is not described with detail in ancient sources, yet the silence leaves room for a contemplative reconstruction of Hera's emergence into prominence. She would have been among the central figures who helped shape the rhythm of divine life, overseeing ceremonies, establishing the sacred order of relationships, and guiding the interactions between newer gods entering the pantheon. Her influence extended to the structuring of divine assemblies and the maintenance of Olympian law. Though Zeus held the scepter of kingship, Hera stabilized the environment in which this kingship could flourish. The landscape of Olympus during this early period can be imagined as peaceful and bright, its halls crafted by divine artistry and shaped by the presence of the gods themselves. Rivers of cloud drifted across its slopes, meadows bloomed in unchanging spring, and the air shimmered with the presence of immortal beings. Hera's place within this realm was not ornamental, but structural. She became the central figure around whom the domestic sphere of Olympus revolved, giving form and ritual to the relationships that defined divine society. Her connection to the natural world also deepened. As goddess of marriage, Hera was linked to the cycles of life, birth, and continuity. But she also held associations with the seasons and the rhythms of community. Many of her early cults, especially in regions like Argos and Samos, reveal her as a figure tied to the flourishing of civic life. This connection suggests that even in the early days of Olympus, Hera's influence extended beyond the mountain and into the spaces where mortals would one day build temples and offer prayer. The rise of Olympus marked a significant change in the cosmological order. Where the Titans ruled with raw elemental force, the Olympians governed with a more refined balance of attributes. Hera's presence helped guide this transition, shaping the Olympian generation into a coherent whole. Under her influence, relationships among the gods developed not merely as alliances of strength, but as bonds rooted in structure, heritage, and responsibility. Her role as queen, though formally established later through her marriage to Zeus, grew naturally from her contributions to this early divine society. During this formative period, Hera also began to cultivate her distinctive identity, a blend of dignity, sovereignty, and unwavering resolve. She became recognized not only for her authority, but for her presence, which carried with it a sense of gravity and order. Her character began to take on the qualities that would define her in mythic tradition. Her steadfastness, her connection to ritual purity, and her deep sense of propriety. Hera was not, even in these early years, a figure of fleeting emotion. She embodied permanence and the enduring strength of divine law. The establishment of Olympus also marked the beginning of Hera's relationships with other gods, relationships that would shape many of the myths in which she later appears. Though her interactions with Athena, Artemis, Aphrodite, and other Olympian goddesses belong to later chapters of her story, the foundations of those interactions were formed during this early era. The divine household became a network of personalities and influences, each contributing to the larger fabric of mythic life. Hera's ability to uphold structure allowed these relationships to develop within a framework that preserved balance. As time passed, the Olympians grew accustomed to their new dominion. The world stabilized beneath their governance, and the rhythms of divine life settled into harmony. Hera's role within this harmony became increasingly apparent. She was not merely one of the Olympians. She was a center around which the order of Olympus revolved. Her presence gave coherence to the divine realm, transforming Mount Olympus from a place of victory into a place of continuity. Her early years on Olympus, though quiet in the surviving stories, are essential to understanding her nature. They represent the moment when Hera moved from the uncertainty of her Titan-born childhood to the dignity of her Olympian maturity. This transition shaped her into the steadfast figure who would eventually become Queen of the Gods, guardian of marriage, and one of the most revered deities in the Greek world. In the rise of Olympus, Hera's story reached a pivotal turning point. She evolved from a divine survivor of Cronus's reign into a guiding force within a newly formed cosmos. Her journey through these early years laid the groundwork for the authority she would later wield. A quiet, enduring authority rooted not in conquest, but in the shaping and sustaining of order itself. The transition from the early formation of Olympus to the union of Hera and Zeus represents one of the most significant movements in the architecture of Greek myth. This union, layered with ritual significance and shaped by ancient narrative traditions, marked not only a personal bond between two deities, but a cosmic alignment. It was a joining that stabilized the divine household and symbolized the harmonizing of elemental forces within the newly ordered world. Yet the story of their courtship, preserved across varying local traditions, unfolds with a quiet subtlety very different from the dramatic tales that later surrounded their marriage. In this early age, the union of Hera and Zeus is understood not through conflict or jealousy, but through the symbolic balance their partnership brought to the cosmos. Ancient Greek regions preserved different versions of how Hera and Zeus came together. These versions do not conflict so much as they layer the myth with multiple shades of meaning. Some traditions emphasize the long pursuit of Zeus, portraying him as a god seeking partnership with Hera. Others describe the union as an inevitable merging of divine forces, two elder Olympians whose bond formed naturally as the new order strengthened. The earliest strands of myth do not emphasize romance or drama, but instead focus on the sacredness and stability of the union itself. One of the oldest traditions comes from the island of Samos, where Hera's worship was deeply rooted. There, it was said that Zeus courted Hera for an extended period, approaching her with reverence rather than force. The Samian tradition described Hera as living in solitude on the island, where Zeus visited her each year. He came not as a conqueror, but as a deity seeking consent and companionship. This portrayal reflects the island's view of Hera as an independent goddess whose sacred presence extended beyond her relationship with Zeus. The annual reenactment of their union in the Samian festival suggested a cosmic renewal, a reaffirmation of the divine harmony embodied in their partnership. Another tradition comes from Argos, a region where Hera was honored as a central civic deity. According to Argive accounts, Zeus and Hera were united near a spring or sacred grove, places associated with purity and ritual significance. The emphasis here was not on pursuit, but on sanctification. The Argive version described a ceremonial union marked by offerings, garlands, and the presence of nature. This portrayal aligns with Hera's role as a goddess, closely connected to the rhythms of the natural world, fertility, and the social structures that governed marriage. Across these traditions, a recurring theme emerges. Their union is sacred, symbolic, and cosmic in scope. It suggests that the marriage of Hera and Zeus represented more than a personal relationship. It was an essential part of establishing the stability of the Olympian order. Through their union, the divine household became cohesive, and the cosmos took on a structure that resonated with the social institutions of mortal life. Marriage, in this context, was not a private bond, but a fundamental pillar of the universe, reflecting the harmonizing of forces that shaped the world. In later myths, this union becomes more complex, reflecting the evolving narrative traditions of the Greeks. But in its earliest form, the story is serene and dignified, embedded with ritual significance rather than emotional conflict. Hera and Zeus stand as complementary forces, Zeus embodying justice, sovereignty, and the thunderous authority of the heavens, and Hera representing continuity, order, and the sacred bonds that hold communities together. Their partnership brought balance to Olympus in much the same way that the Greeks believed a stable marriage brought balance to the human household. In some regions, myths describe the setting of their union with poetic detail. A meadow filled with flowers, a gentle breeze, the soft presence of animals, and the blessing of Gaia herself. These scenes evoke a world at peace, where the natural environment participates in the formation of divine harmony. Such imagery reinforces the idea that Hera's union with Zeus was not a mortal-style marriage, but a cosmic alignment, an event woven into the natural cycles that governed life. Other traditions added layers of symbolism through ritual objects. The golden apples of the Hesperides, sometimes linked to Hera, became associated with her wedding. These apples represented fertility, abundance, and the flourishing of life's continuity. In mythic imagination, they served as a reminder that Hera's presence in marriage was not limited to the protection of the bond itself, but extended into the prosperity and stability that flowed from it. Her role encompassed both the sacred and the practical aspects of unity, reflecting the Greek understanding that marriage formed the foundation of both family and society. Within Olympus, the union of Hera and Zeus shaped the structure of divine governance. Their partnership established the archetype of king and queen, a model adopted across countless Greek city-states in different forms. The divine household, centered on their union, served as a cosmic analogue to the households that form the basis of mortal communities. Hera's role as queen was not decorative, it was structural. She became the guardian of divine order, ensuring that the relationships between gods were maintained with integrity. The myths of their courtship, though varied, consistently portray Hera as a deity of immense dignity and influence. She was not merely chosen by Zeus, she was an essential partner whose presence completed the structure of Olympus. Her authority did not depend on Zeus's favor. Rather, it arose from her inherent nature, her lineage from the Titans, her maturity during the transition to Olympian rule, and her role in establishing order within the divine family. As Hera settled into this new phase of her existence, her symbolic identity expanded. She became associated with the peacock, the cow, and the lily, symbols of beauty, purity, and regal presence. These associations reflect her growing stature within the Olympian pantheon, where she stood as one of the most revered deities. Her temples, especially those in Samos and Argos, became centers of ritual activity that celebrated her role as both bride and queen. The union between Hera and Zeus also influenced the myths that emerged in subsequent generations. Their partnership became the foundation upon which stories of divine lineage were built. Though later myths would explore the complexities of their relationship, the early narratives emphasize unity, reverence, and sacred balance. Hera's position as queen of the gods was founded not on conflict, but on the natural alignment of cosmic forces. This early portrayal of Hera and Zeus's union sets the stage for the richer, more complex narratives that would later surround them. But at its core, their partnership reflects the Greek understanding of the universe as a place where relationships, divine, natural, and social, create harmony. Hera's marriage to Zeus was the central bond that upheld the structure of Olympus, allowing the gods to govern the world with balance and continuity. Through these early traditions, the union becomes a quiet, dignified moment in the vast story of Greek myth. It represents not the turbulence of emotion, but the serenity of cosmic order. The courtship of Hera and Zeus marks the moment when the divine world settled into its enduring form, a form that would shape myth, ritual, and cultural memory for centuries to come. With the union of Hera and Zeus established, the newly formed order of Olympus entered a period of growing clarity. The divine household, once loosely structured in the years following the Titanomachy, began to solidify into recognizable roles, functions, and rhythms. At the center of this developing order stood Hera, whose presence, already marked by dignity and steadiness, evolved into the sovereign authority of a queen. Her ascension to this position was not abrupt, nor was it adorned with spectacle. Rather, it arose organically from the qualities she embodied and the responsibilities she fulfilled. Hera became the queen of the gods through a quiet convergence of lineage, character, and cosmic necessity. The Greeks never described a formal coronation or moment of proclamation for Hera's queenship. Instead, her status emerged through the structure of the divine household and the reverence accorded to her in myth and ritual. As the wife of Zeus, she held a position that naturally complemented his kingship, yet her authority extended far beyond the notion of marital hierarchy. Hera was queen, not because she was Zeus's consort, but because she brought balance, legitimacy, and sacred order to the Olympian realm. In her presence, the divine world acquired stability, coherence, and a rhythm that shaped the interactions of gods and mortals alike. Her lineage played an integral role in this authority. As a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, Hera was part of the oldest generation of Olympians, connected directly to the primordial forces that shaped the cosmos. In contrast to many younger gods who joined Olympus later, Hera carried the weight of a heritage that extended back to the Titans. This lineage imbued her with a certain solemnity, a presence that commanded respect even before she assumed formal authority. Her siblings, Demeter, Hestia, Poseidon, and Hades, each held domains essential to the structure of the world. Hera's sovereignty complemented theirs, tying together the divine family into a unified system. Her character also shaped her ascension. Hera embodied qualities essential to the stability of the divine order: clarity of purpose, steadfastness, and a profound reverence for structure. Ancient Greek society, built upon the framework of civic life and domestic ritual, found in Hera a deity whose attributes mirrored the foundational elements of community. She represented the sanctity of marriage, the continuity of lineage, and the orderly alignment of relationships. Her queenship symbolized the cosmic parallel of these mortal institutions. Where Zeus ruled through thunder, justice, and authority, Hera governed through structure, tradition, and balance. As queen, Hera presided over the Olympian household, a realm not merely of domesticity, but of divine governance. The ancient Greeks viewed the household, oikos, as the building block of society, and Hera's stewardship of the divine household mirrored the stewardship expected in the mortal world. She became the guardian of marriage, not only because of her own union with Zeus, but because she embodied the sacred bonds that held communities together. Her presence ensured that relationships among the gods maintained a rhythm rooted in respect and stability. Within Olympus, Hera's authority could be felt in the assemblies of the gods, where divine decisions were made. While Zeus held the final word in matters of cosmic justice, Hera's influence helped shape the deliberative processes that guided divine action. She represented the measured voice within the council, the presence that ensured decisions were grounded not only in might, but also in continuity and propriety. Her queenship thus had both ceremonial and administrative dimensions, reflecting a balance of dignity and responsibility. Myths describing Hera often portray her with a scepter, a symbol of authority, and sometimes a veil, representing the solemnity of her role. These attributes, commonly seen in ancient art, reinforce her position as a figure of reverence. Unlike other Olympian goddesses, Athena with her armor, Artemis with her bow, Aphrodite with her adornments, Hera's symbols emphasize governance, continuity, and high standing. Her appearance in mythic scenes is often marked by composure and regal bearing, reflecting a goddess whose authority does not depend on force, but on presence. The worship of Hera across the Greek world further underscores her role as queen. At Argos, where she was honored as the city's guardian deity, entire festivals were dedicated to celebrating her sovereignty. The Heraion, her great temple near Mycenae, was among the largest and most revered sanctuaries in Greece. Its rituals focused on marriage, fertility, and civic harmony, aligning with the thematic core of Hera's divine portfolio. At Samos, her cult held even older roots, and she was revered as a goddess whose sovereignty predated the Olympian order itself. Such widespread devotion reflected the breadth of her influence and the respect she commanded across diverse regions. Hera's queenship also shaped her relationships with other deities. She stood at the center of the Olympian family, a stabilizing force in interactions involving younger gods and goddesses. Her relationship with Athena, for example, embodied a balance between two forms of feminine power: Hera representing sovereignty and social order, Athena representing wisdom and civic virtue. Though myths occasionally depict moments of tension, their roles often complemented each other within the divine hierarchy. Her influence extended to the shaping of divine lineage as well. As mother to Ares, Hebe, and Eileithyia, Hera contributed to the continuity of the Olympian family. Her children represented essential aspects of life: war, youth, and childbirth. Together, They reflected Hera's connection to the cycles of life and the structures that sustained human communities. Even Hephaestus, whose birth traditions vary between regions, was closely associated with Hera's maternal identity, reinforcing her role in shaping the generational fabric of the gods. Hera's queenship also held cosmic implications. As guardian of lawful union, she symbolized the bond that governed not only marriage, but alliances, treaties, and social contracts. The Greeks understood these bonds as foundational to civilization. Without structure, agreements, and stability, even the divine world would descend into chaos. Hera's sovereignty ensured that Olympus was not merely a collection of powerful beings, but a functional society guided by tradition, ritual, and order. Her relationship with Zeus, though often portrayed through later myths of conflict, rests upon this early foundation of aligned authority. Their partnership represented the union of governance and order, the fusion of thunderous power and enduring structure. Together, they formed the dual pillars of Olympian rule, shaping the cosmos through their complementary roles. As Hera settled into her queenship, the divine world reached a new equilibrium. The hierarchy of gods became clear, the rhythms of Olympus steady and harmonious. Hera's authority permeated the divine realm with subtle, enduring influence. She became not just queen of the gods, but a symbol of cosmic balance, a goddess whose presence affirmed the enduring strength of structure in a world shaped by the ebb and flow of divine power. In this stage of her story, Hera's identity crystallizes. She stands not merely as a participant in divine life, but as a structural force that upholds its harmony. Her queenship marks the moment when the cosmos itself settled into order, a moment when the governance of Olympus found its anchor in her steady presence. As Olympus settled into its enduring form, each deity took on responsibilities that reflected their nature and influence. Among them, Hera's domains emerged with a clarity that would shape not only divine life, but the rhythms of human society. She became the guardian of marriage, the overseer of lawful union, and the embodiment of the structures that maintained continuity across generations. Her presence in these domains was neither incidental nor merely symbolic. It was woven deeply into the fabric of Greek cosmology, reflecting the essential role she played in sustaining both divine and mortal communities. Marriage, in the ancient Greek understanding, was far more than a personal bond between individuals. It was the cornerstone of social order, an institution that preserved lineage, inheritance, and the cohesion of the household. Hera's authority over marriage therefore extended beyond the private sphere and into the foundational structure of civilization. The Greeks saw her not only as protector of marital fidelity, but as the divine force that sanctified the union itself. Her presence ensured that the bond between spouses carried ritual significance, and that families, once formed, operated within the sacred order that sustained civic life. This divine role evolved from Hera's earliest qualities. Long before she became Queen of the Gods, she embodied a dignity rooted in continuity and structure. Her nature aligned naturally with the principles of union, stability, and legitimacy. As goddess of marriage, she oversaw the rites that marked the transition from one stage of life to another, guiding individuals into relationships that shaped both household and community. Her influence extended to the rituals of engagement, wedding ceremonies, and the establishment of new family lines. In these acts, Hera's presence affirmed the harmony and sacred alignment of human relationships. Her connection to legitimacy carried profound significance in Greek thought. In a world where inheritance, citizenship, and political identity depended on lawful birth, Hera's guardianship ensured the clarity of lineage. She symbolized the purity of descent, the recognition of rightful heirs, and the maintenance of family honor. These roles positioned her at the center of social structure, ensuring that generational continuity remained unbroken. Myths often portray her defending these principles with unwavering resolve, a reflection not of personal jealousy alone, but of her divine commitment to order and rightful inheritance. Beyond the household, Hera's domains influenced broader social frameworks. Treaties, alliances, and civic bonds often invoked her name, suggesting that the stability of agreements rested upon the same principles governing marriage. Hera's presence reinforced the understanding that relationships, whether domestic or political, must be upheld with integrity and continuity. In this sense, she served as guardian not only of families, but of communities themselves, ensuring that the structures binding people together reflected the harmony of the cosmic order. Her association with childbirth further extended her domain. Though Eileithyia, her daughter, was goddess of labor and delivery, Hera presided over the sanctity of motherhood, the continuity of lineage, and the flourishing of family life. Her presence shaped the passage from union to birth, reinforcing her central role in the cycles of human existence. Through these connections, Hera's divine portfolio encompassed both the beginning and the preservation of family lines, cementing her place as a goddess whose authority spanned the full breadth of social life. The ancient Greeks expressed these roles through rituals that honored Hera at various stages of life. Festivals such as the Heraia celebrated marriage and womanhood, reflecting the reverence with which she was held. In some regions, young women dedicated childhood garments to Hera before entering marriage, symbolizing the transition from youth to adulthood under her watchful presence. In other traditions, newly married couples offered prayers and sacrifices to Hera, seeking her blessing for harmony, fertility, and continuity. These acts reveal the deep-rooted connection between Hera's divine nature and the lived experiences of ancient Greek communities. Her influence also extended to the cosmic level. Just as marriage defined the structure of human households, Hera's role in divine marriage shaped the structure of Olympus. Her union with Zeus established the model for divine hierarchy, a partnership reflecting the balance between sovereignty and order. Through this relationship, Hera embodied the principle that governance required both authority and stability. Her queenship symbolized the alignment of cosmic forces, ensuring that the heavens operated with harmony and continuity. The social order reflected this cosmic structure. Communities, families, and even city-states mirrored the divine hierarchy, understanding their stability as an extension of the stability upheld by Hera. Her influence on civic rituals, especially in regions where she served as patron deity, demonstrated how deeply her domains penetrated the cultural landscape. At Argos, for example, Hera was worshipped not only as queen of the gods, but as guardian of civic unity. Her temples served as centers of both religious devotion and communal identity, reinforcing her role in shaping social cohesion. Hera's divine domains also shaped her relationships with other gods. She stood at the intersection of many aspects of life: family, lineage, union, and legitimacy, making her presence essential to the functioning of the divine world. Her interactions with younger gods, including Apollo, Artemis, and Dionysus, often reflected the structural framework she maintained. Even when myths introduced tension, the underlying theme remained consistent. Hera sought to preserve the order that sustained Olympus. Her actions, whether nurturing or stern, stemmed from her commitment to the principles governing divine and mortal life. Her connection to legitimacy also influenced the myths surrounding her children. Ares, god of war, reflected the fierce defense of territory and honor. Hebe, goddess of youth, represented renewal and continuity. Leithaia, goddess of childbirth, embodied the passage of life from one generation to the next. These divine roles aligned closely with Hera's domains, reinforcing her influence at every stage of familial and civic life. Through her children, her authority extended into realms essential for the survival and prosperity of both gods and mortals. In her broader portrayal, Hera's domains emphasized serenity, ritual purity, and the enduring strength of structure. While later myths sometimes highlight the complexities of her personality, especially in stories involving Zeus's interactions with mortals, the underlying framework remains consistent. Hera represents order in a world shaped by powerful forces. Her resolve reflects not pettiness, but a divine commitment to maintaining the harmony essential for cosmic and social continuity. As Greek communities evolved, Hera's domains remained central to their rituals, laws, and cultural practices. She stood as both guardian and guide, ensuring that the sacred bonds of marriage and lineage endured across generations. Her influence shaped not only the divine household of Olympus, but the daily lives of countless individuals who saw in her a reflection of their own social structures. Through these domains, Hera became one of the most enduring figures in Greek mythology. Her authority was not defined by stories of conflict, but by the quiet, steady presence that upheld the structure of the world. She governed through balance, continuity, and the sacred integrity of union, shaping both the cosmos and human society with a dignity that transcended the boundaries of myth. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges as the stabilizing force of Greek cosmology, a goddess whose domains extended into every corner of life, ensuring that the bonds connecting gods and mortals remained strong, orderly, and harmonious. In the unfolding architecture of Greek mythology, Hera's identity as Queen of the gods expanded naturally into another essential role, that of mother. Her children, Ares, Hebe, Eileithyia, and in some traditions Hephaestus, reflect the breadth of her divine influence, each embodying a vital aspect of life and society. Together, they form a portfolio of power that reinforces Hera's domains of stability, lineage, and lawful order. Through them, her presence extends into the realms of war, youth, childbirth, and craftsmanship. The myths surrounding these children vary across regions and centuries, yet they share a consistent theme. Hera's maternal power, expressed not through tenderness alone, but through the profound structural forces that shape existence. The birth of Ares, Hera's son with Zeus, presents the first significant extension of her maternal identity. Ares is the god of war in its raw, unrestrained form, a force that reflects both destruction and the fierce protection of territory and honor. While his nature contrasts sharply with Hera's governance of harmony and union, He represents the necessary counterpart to her domain. Ancient societies understood that stability and order require defense, and that the sanctity of family and city must be protected with strength. Ares personifies this protective aspect of conflict. Through him, Hera's influence reaches into the realm of boundaries, those that separate safety from threat, community from chaos. The relationship between Hera and Ares, though not frequently explored in surviving myths, carries thematic significance. Ares is often portrayed as a challenging presence among the Olympians, a figure whose forcefulness disrupts harmony. Yet his existence underlines Hera's role as guardian of the structures that must occasionally be defended. Ares embodies the necessary force that sustains civic and familial order. He is a reminder that stability, whether divine or mortal, is preserved not only through ritual and law, but also through strength, a strength rooted in part in Hera's own commitment to continuity. Hebe, the goddess of youth, reflects another dimension of Hera's maternal influence. As cupbearer of the gods, Hebe served nectar and ambrosia, the substances that sustained divine immortality. Her presence in the daily life of Olympus symbolized renewal, vitality, and the cyclical rejuvenation of the world. Hebe's domain is not youth in the fleeting mortal sense, but the ongoing freshness that characterizes divine existence. Through her, Hera's influence touches the perpetual renewal of the cosmos, the preservation of life beyond decay, the restoration of energy that keeps the divine world vibrant. Hebe's association with youth also tied her to rites of passage. In some traditions, young brides offered locks of hair to Hera and Hebe before marriage, symbolizing the transition from childhood to adulthood. This ritual reflects the deep connection between Hera's governance of union and Hebe's representation of youthful vitality. Together, the two goddesses shaped the progression of life stages within Greek culture. The presence of Hebe at Olympus reinforced Hera's identity as a goddess whose influence guided individuals through each phase of existence. Eileithyia, another daughter of Hera, held the vital role of presiding over childbirth. Her name derives from words meaning to deliver or to bring forth, and her presence signified the moment when new life entered the world. In many myths, she appears as a figure who opens the pathways of birth, ensuring safe passage from womb to life. As childbirth was a sacred and often perilous event in ancient times, Eileithyia's role carried immense significance. Her close connection to Hera reinforces the queen's authority over family continuity and generational succession. Childbirth is both an end and a beginning, the culmination of union and the start of lineage. Through Eileithyia, Hera's governance extends into the moment that defines the continuation of society. In this sense, Eileithyia is not simply a daughter. She is an extension of Hera's divine responsibility, embodying the transition from the sacred bond of marriage to the flourishing of family life. The myths concerning Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, reveal yet another dimension of Hera's maternal identity. In some traditions, Hephaestus is born from both Hera and Zeus. In others, Hera brings him forth alone, in response to Zeus's solo birth of Athena. These variations reflect different regional interpretations of divine lineage. Regardless of the version, Hephaestus's association with Hera signifies her involvement in the creative and artisanal aspects of life. Hephaestus, though often depicted as physically imperfect, embodies mastery, craftsmanship, and the transformative power of fire. His forges produce the weapons, armor, and artifacts of the gods, objects that shape both mythic narratives and the symbolic landscape of divine life. Through Hephaestus, Hera's maternal influence extends into creation, innovation, and the refinement of raw materials into ordered forms. The themes of transformation and structure found in Hephaestus's work mirror Hera's own nature as a goddess who brings cohesion to the cosmos. The myths that describe Hera casting Hephaestus from Olympus reflect the complex interplay between maternal expectation, divine perfection, and mythic narrative. Yet even these stories can be viewed through the lens of Hera's domains. They emphasize themes of legitimacy, lineage, and the expectations tied to divine birth. In some interpretations, these myths symbolize the tension between ideal form and natural imperfection, a tension central to Greek artistic and philosophical thought. Through Hephaestus, Hera's maternal symbolism encompasses both the beauty of creation and the challenges inherent in birth and identity. Hera's maternal connections extend beyond her biological children. Myths often portray her as a guardian of divine youth more broadly, watching over the upbringing of younger gods and ensuring that their development aligns with the order of Olympus. Her involvement in the lives of figures such as Artemis, Apollo, and even Dionysus often reflects her role as a stabilizing force within the divine household. Though these interactions vary widely across traditions, they emphasize Hera's broader influence on the generational continuity of the gods. Her role as mother, however, must be understood within the context of her larger identity. Hera's maternal presence is not defined by softness or indulgence. It is defined by the structural forces she embodies. Her children represent critical aspects of life: conflict and protection, youth and renewal, birth and transition, creation and craftsmanship. Through them, Hera's influence reaches far beyond the household and into the cycles that govern both mortal and divine existence. In the Greek world, these maternal associations found expression in ritual and worship. Women invoked Hera and Eileithyia during childbirth, seeking safe passage for new life. Brides honored Hera and Hebe in wedding ceremonies, marking the transition from youth to womanhood. Cities invoked Ares and Hephaestus in times of war or construction, connecting civic actions to the divine family that shaped their cultural identity. Each of these acts reinforced the understanding that Hera's maternal influence permeated daily life, binding individuals to the cosmic rhythms that defined their world. In this phase of her story, Hera emerges as a mother, not merely in the biological sense, but as a divinely structured force whose children mirror her domains. Through Ares, Hebe, Eileithyia, and Hephaestus, her influence extends into the essential dimensions of existence: conflict and protection, youth and vitality, birth and lineage, creation and transformation. Her maternal identity deepens her role as Queen of the Gods, grounding her authority in the cycles of life that sustain both divine and mortal realms. Through the lives and roles of her children, the breadth of Hera's presence becomes clear. She stands at the heart of continuity, nurturing not through softness alone, but through the profound, enduring structures that shape the cosmos. Across the ancient Greek world, Hera's presence extended far beyond the myths told of her on Olympus. Her influence lived within the landscape itself, woven into mountains, islands, rivers, and plains, where communities built sanctuaries in her honor. These sacred places did not merely house rituals. They formed a living geography that reflected the goddess's character. Through them, Hera's identity became inseparable from the physical world the Greeks inhabited. Each region carried its own traditions, each temple its own memory, and together they formed a vast, interconnected tapestry of devotion. Among all these places, three stood at the center of Hera's worship: Argos, Samos, and Olympia. Though separated by distance and differing in historical importance, each region held Hera in the highest reverence, preserving traditions that revealed the depth of her significance across centuries. Argos, often considered the heart of Hera's worship, nurtured one of the oldest and most influential cults dedicated to the goddess. The Argive Heraion, situated near Mycenae, was among the most majestic sanctuaries in the Greek world. Its earliest foundations reached back to the Bronze Age, suggesting that Hera's presence there may predate much of the Olympian mythic tradition. In Argos, she was not simply queen of the gods. She was the civic deity whose protection shaped the identity of the region. Festivals in her honor drew citizens into rituals celebrating marriage, fertility, and social unity. The landscape surrounding the Heraion reflected her association with growth and continuity, its fields fertile and its hills crowned with ancient trees. The Argive worshippers viewed Hera as a goddess deeply rooted in the land itself. Her sanctuary stood between agricultural plains and the rugged highlands, symbolizing her connection to both nature's abundance and its enduring strength. The rituals performed at the Heraion often included processions, hymns, and offerings that aligned with the cycles of the seasons. These ceremonies reinforced the belief that Hera governed not only human relationships, but the harmony of nature, ensuring the prosperity of the land and the health of the community. Samos, an island in the eastern Aegean, held another ancient and revered sanctuary dedicated to Hera. The Samian Heraion was among the grandest temples of the ancient world, famed for its monumental architecture and its deep connection to local tradition. In Samian myth, Hera was said to have been born or raised on the island, linking her presence there to the earliest stages of her divine existence. The island's lush environment, rich with streams and flowering meadows, became closely associated with her identity as goddess of marriage and fertility. The Heraion at Samos stood near the Imbrasus River, a place where the beauty of the natural landscape emphasized Hera's connection to the rhythms of life. The Samian festivals, known as the Heraia, included rituals that reenacted her union with Zeus, reflecting the island's view of Hera as a goddess whose presence renewed the world each year. The offering of wooden figures, woven garments, and votive objects signified the devotion of the islanders, who understood Hera's influence as both protective and generative. Her sanctuary became a center of cultural and religious life, drawing worshippers from across the Aegean. Olympia, though most widely known as the sacred site of Zeus and the Olympic Games, also held an important sanctuary dedicated to Hera. In fact, the Temple of Hera at Olympia is older than the great temple to Zeus that later overshadowed it. This early presence reveals Hera's significance in the development of the sanctuary long before it became associated with athletic competition. Within the Heraion at Olympia, rituals honored the goddess as a figure of stability and continuity, complementing the dynamic energy associated with Zeus. The Heraion Games, a festival for young women involving running competitions, were held in her honor. These events offered a parallel to the male-centered Olympic Games, reflecting Hera's role in guiding life stages and affirming the place of women within sacred tradition. The temple itself housed ancient votive statues, including early representations of Hera and Zeus, suggesting that their divine partnership formed the foundation of the sanctuary's religious identity. Beyond these three central sites, Hera's presence spread through countless towns, villages, and remote sanctuaries across the Greek world. In Corinth, her worship reflected the city's maritime connections, linking her to both civic stability and the prosperity brought through trade. In Pericora, her sanctuary overlooked a quiet gulf, its terraced structures blending naturally with the surrounding hills. Here, rituals emphasized Hera's role in the protection of marriage and the nourishment of family, connecting her divine authority to the daily lives of local inhabitants. In Sparta, Hera was honored with a dual identity. Hera Hyperchemia, goddess of matrimony, and Hera Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, reflecting the region's emphasis on family, lineage, and social structure. In Crete, she was sometimes linked to older pre-Greek traditions, blending her identity with local goddesses associated with nature, fertility, and seasonal renewal. Through these variations, Hera's presence transcended geographical boundaries, adapting to the cultural rhythms of each region while retaining her core significance. Hera's sacred geography extended beyond physical sanctuaries into the broader landscape of Greek imagination. Rivers, springs, and groves, sacred to her, became symbols of purity and ritual renewal. Meadows filled with blooming flowers were often associated with myths of her youth and her union with Zeus. Even the natural world reflected her presence. The peacock, with its iridescent feathers, became a living emblem of her regal beauty. The cow represented her ancient ties to fertility and nourishment. This sacred geography shaped the way the Greeks experienced the world around them. Traveling from Argos to Samos, or from Olympia to Corinth, one encountered variations of her worship that revealed different aspects of her identity. Yet everywhere, certain themes remained constant: the sanctity of union, the continuity of lineage, the harmony of community, and the enduring strength of ritual tradition. The existence of such widespread and deeply rooted devotion suggests that Hera was not merely a literary figure of myth, but a living presence in the consciousness of the Greek world. Her sanctuaries served as places where individuals sought blessings for marriage, childbirth, and the prosperity of family. Communities invoked her name in times of transition, renewal, and civic ceremony. Her sacred geography mirrored the social geography of ancient Greece, reinforcing the alignment between cosmic order and human life. Through these sacred places, Hera's identity expanded beyond the stories told of her on Olympus. She became a goddess of the land itself, a presence felt in the quiet of sanctuaries, the hush of ritual processions, and the enduring strength of the communities that honored her. Her sacred geography formed a map not only of physical locations, but of cultural memory, marking the places where divine influence touched the mortal world. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges as a goddess whose authority extends across the landscape of Greece, shaping the lives of individuals and the identities of entire regions. Her sanctuaries stand as enduring symbols of continuity, harmony, and the sacred bonds that sustain society. Through them, the world of myth becomes tangible, carried by the land that bears her name, and the people who honored her for generations. The relationship between Hera and Zeus stands at the center of Greek mythology, shaping not only the structure of the divine household, but much of the narrative tradition that followed. In its earliest form, this relationship was a symbolic union of cosmic forces: sovereignty and order, authority and structure, sky and earthbound stability. Over time, poets, dramatists, and storytellers would layer new meanings onto this union, adding complexity, tension, and nuance. Yet beneath the shifting surface of myth lies a deeper pattern, one that reveals the essential nature of their partnership and the roles each played in maintaining the balance of the Olympian world. In the earliest traditions, Zeus and Hera appear as complementary figures whose union sustains the cosmic order. Zeus embodies the expansive authority of the sky, the decisiveness of divine justice, and the ever-active presence of thunder and lightning. Hera, by contrast, represents the stillness that anchors movement, the structure that frames authority, and the continuity that gives meaning to succession. Together, they form a pair whose union reflects the ancient Greek understanding of balance, an equilibrium in which neither force stands alone and both contribute to the harmony of the cosmos. This alignment of roles is reflected in the earliest cultic traditions. In regions such as Argos and Samos, the union of Hera and Zeus was reenacted in ritual, symbolizing the renewal of the natural world. The ceremony did not emphasize emotion or conflict, but the sacredness of union itself. These traditions underscore the idea that their relationship was foundational to the functioning of the universe. Through their partnership, the divine household gained coherence and the cosmic order found stability. As Greek mythology evolved, particularly through Homeric poetry, the portrayal of Hera and Zeus shifted toward a more narrative-driven depiction. In the Iliad, their relationship is marked by tension, disagreement, and differing aims. Yet even here, the underlying structure remains intact. Their disagreements serve to highlight the balance between Zeus's sovereign power and Hera's guardianship of order. When the two contend, it is not chaos, but structure asserting itself, each deity expressing an essential aspect of cosmic governance. The Homeric portrayal of Hera often reflects her deep concern for justice, propriety, and the welfare of the divine household. She questions actions that might disrupt order or undermine the stability of relationships among gods and mortals. Zeus, by contrast, often acts with the expansive freedom of a god whose authority transcends immediate structures. Their interactions reveal a fundamental theme: the tension between unbounded power and the need for structure. Through this tension, the Greek poets explored the dynamics of balance within the divine world. Myths describing conflicts between Hera and Zeus must be understood within this symbolic framework. They reflect not the personal discord of a divine couple, but the friction inherent in the cosmos itself. Power and order are not static forces. They interact, adjust, and recalibrate across time. Hera's resistance to certain actions by Zeus symbolizes the necessary boundaries that even sovereign power must acknowledge. Conversely, Zeus's authority illustrates the necessity of decisive action in maintaining cosmic justice. Their relationship, in this sense, becomes a mythic representation of the balance between law and force, structure and sovereignty. The later myths that portray Hera responding sternly to Zeus's interactions with mortals also reflect this deeper pattern. These stories, though often shaped by narrative interests and regional variation, point to Hera's role as guardian of lawful union and legitimate lineage. Her actions address violations of the bonds she oversees, not merely jealousy, but the disruption of order. In a society where lineage, inheritance, and legitimacy were essential aspects of civic life, Hera's guardianship held profound cultural meaning. These myths reveal how the Greeks understood her role in preserving the integrity of relationships, even within the divine realm. The relationship between Hera and Zeus also shaped the dynamics of divine governance on Olympus. Hera, as queen, provided stability to the divine household, ensuring that relationships among the gods followed predictable patterns. Zeus, as king, mediated the broader cosmic order. Their partnership allowed for a division of roles that reinforced the balance of power. In mythic assemblies, Hera's presence signaled deliberation and structure, while Zeus's presence signaled decision and authority. Together, they embodied the dual nature of governance. Their partnership also influenced the divine children they brought into the world. Ares reflected the fierce defense of boundaries. Hebe represented renewal and youthful vitality. Eileithyia guided the transitions between generations. These domains mirror the combined attributes of Hera and Zeus: force, continuity, and life's cyclical progression. In this way, their union shaped the generational structure of Olympus, influencing the rhythm of divine succession and the interactions between younger and older gods. Hera's relationship with Zeus extended into the symbolic realm of ritual and domestic life. Greek households often invoked both deities during major life events: marriage ceremonies, rites of passage, and communal festivals. The dual invocation reflected the belief that stability in human life required the harmonious interplay of governance and structure. Zeus provided protection and authority. Hera provided sanctity and continuity. Their combined presence affirmed the sacredness of social bonds. In literature, their partnership offered a framework through which poets explored themes of loyalty, justice, and cosmic order. Hera's disagreements with Zeus often mirrored the tensions found in human society, particularly the conflict between personal ambition and communal responsibility. Zeus's actions, sometimes impulsive and expansive, reflected the unpredictable nature of divine will. The interplay between their perspectives offered insight into the complexities of governance, both mortal and divine. Despite the narrative tensions that developed over time, Hera and Zeus remained an inseparable pair within the mythic tradition. Their union endured through countless cycles of storytelling, reflecting its foundational importance in Greek cosmology. Even when myths depicted disagreement, they did not suggest the dissolution of their bond. Instead, they reinforced the idea that cosmic harmony required both the firmness of law and the force of sovereignty. Through this lens, the relationship between Hera and Zeus becomes not a story of conflict, but a meditation on balance. In philosophical interpretations, Hera and Zeus often appeared as symbolic figures representing complementary principles. Hera embodied cosmos, the ordered arrangement of the universe, while Zeus embodied Kratos, the active authority that governs. Together, they reflected the ancient understanding that the universe operates through the interplay of structure and power. Without Hera, Zeus's authority might become unbounded. Without Zeus, Hera's order might become static. Their union ensured that the divine and mortal worlds remained in harmonious alignment. Through all these layers, Ritual, myth, narrative, and symbolism, the relationship between Hera and Zeus reveals a profound truth at the heart of Greek thought. The cosmos is not governed by force alone, nor by structure alone, but by their interplay. Their union, though depicted through stories of complexity and tension, represents the ancient Greek vision of balance, a world sustained through the harmonizing of complementary forces. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges not as a counterpart defined by conflict, but as a sovereign force essential to the cosmos. Her relationship with Zeus reflects the intricate balance that shapes divine and mortal existence, affirming her role as queen, guardian, and stabilizing presence in the vast unfolding world of Greek myth. In the woven tapestry of Greek mythology, few themes carry as much weight as the birth of heroes. These figures stand between worlds, born of gods and mortals, destined to bridge the realms through deeds that echo across time. Their origins were more than narrative beginnings. They shaped the fates of cities, families, and even divine lineages. Hera's presence in these stories is profound. As guardian of marriage, legitimacy, and proper lineage, she stood at the crossroads of divine birth and mortal destiny. Her influence guided, affirmed, or at times challenged the emergence of heroes, whose existence tested the boundaries of the sacred order she upheld. The Greeks understood hero birth not merely as physical arrival, but as a moment shaped by divine intention, cosmic alignment, and ancestral continuity. Hera's role in this context reveals her deep connection to the structure of genealogy, a framework that organized both mythic and civic identity. Heroes, by nature, complicate lineage. They blend divine power with mortal fragility, creating narratives that reflect both the grandeur and uncertainty of human life. Hera's presence within these stories emphasizes the importance of lawful descent and the potential disruption caused by departures from it. One of the most influential episodes relating to hero birth is the story of Heracles. While later traditions would depict conflict between Hera and the hero, the earliest layers of myth emphasize themes of legitimacy, lineage, and the cosmic implications of his birth. Heracles was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman, Alcmene. His conception lay outside the boundaries of lawful union, precisely the domain Hera governed. In this context, Hera's role is not centered on emotion, but on the structural implications of lineage. Heracles' birth introduced a complexity into the divine order, raising questions about inheritance, legitimacy, and the responsibilities of the gods toward mortal offspring. In many versions, Hera's involvement begins even before the hero's birth. The gods were bound by oaths and expectations regarding the protection of lineage. Hera's guardianship over childbirth, in concert with her daughter Eileithyia, positioned her as an arbiter of divine intervention in the mortal world. When Zeus proclaimed that a child born of his bloodline on a certain day would rule over his kin, Hera's understanding of legitimacy shaped the outcome. By delaying the birth of Heracles and advancing the birth of Eurystheus, she ensured that the cosmic order aligned with lawful descent rather than divine favoritism. This act reflects her role not as antagonist, but as protector of structure. The birth of Heracles also highlights the depth of Hera's influence. The story reveals that divine power does not operate without boundaries. It is shaped by principles embodied by deities like Hera. Even Zeus, whose authority was supreme, acted within a cosmic framework that required balance. Hera maintained that balance, ensuring that divine proclamations did not disrupt the natural order of lineage. Through this intervention, the myth affirms her role as guardian of proper descent, a theme that echoes throughout the Greek understanding of family and inheritance. Other heroic births also reflect Hera's presence. The birth of Perseus, for example, unfolds within a complex network of divine and mortal intentions. Perseus was conceived when Zeus visited Danae, who had been hidden away by her father, Acrisius. The circumstances of this conception raised questions about destiny, lineage, and the relationship between mortal kings and the gods. Hera's direct role in Perseus's early life is not emphasized in surviving texts, yet her symbolic presence as the goddess of lawful union creates a subtle tension within the narrative. Perseus's divine origin sits outside the boundaries she protects, yet his eventual deeds align with the preservation of order, slaying monsters, rescuing a future queen, and founding dynasties that shaped Greek memory. Similarly, the birth of Helen, daughter of Zeus and Leda, carries themes that resonate with Hera's domains. Helen's beauty would later become the catalyst for the Trojan War, a conflict in which Hera played a central role. Though she did not intervene directly in Helen's birth, the mythic pattern suggests an underlying tension between divine descent and mortal consequence. Hera's involvement in the judgment of Paris, where she was passed over in favor of Aphrodite, reflects not rivalry, but the broader interplay of divine forces surrounding lineage and destiny. Helen's origin, steeped in divine intervention, marked her as a figure whose identity stood at the intersection of mortal desire and divine influence, a space Hera often occupied as arbiter of relationships. The birth of Dionysus introduces yet another dimension. In one tradition, Dionysus is born to Semele and Zeus. Hera's involvement in this story reflects the cosmic implications of divine mortal unions. Though later myths portray her as acting against Semele, the deeper symbolic layer reflects Hera's concern for the boundaries of lineage. Dionysus, whose nature blends ecstasy, dissolution, and renewal, represents a force that transcends the ordered structure Hera oversees. His birth, survival, and eventual ascension to Olympus reveal the tension between structured order and the transformative forces that exist beyond it. Dionysus's eventual acceptance into the divine household is not a contradiction of Hera's domains, but an acknowledgement that the cosmos accommodates both order and necessary transformation. The stories of Theseus, Minos, and other legendary figures also echo these patterns. Though Hera does not always appear directly, her influence looms in the background, shaping the narratives of kingship, lineage, and destiny. The Greeks understood heroes as bridges between divine intention and mortal history. Because Hera governed the legitimacy of these connections, her symbolic presence permeates their origins. Hera's connection to childbirth deepens this influence. Through Eileithyia, who serves as mediator between womb and world, Hera presides over the liminal moment when lineage enters time. This association highlights her role not merely in the rituals of marriage, but in the unfolding of generations. Childbirth represented the continuation of family and society. Thus, Hera's presence in this moment anchored the process within the sacred order she upheld. The trials associated with hero birth also reflect the fragility of this passage. Labor, danger, uncertainty, divine intervention, all of these themes underscore the profound significance of Hera's guardianship. In the cosmology of the ancient Greeks, Birth was not merely biological. It was a moment where divine will, human destiny, and cosmic structure converged. Hera's steady influence ensured that this convergence occurred within the boundaries that sustained the harmony of the world. Through her involvement in these narratives, Hera's identity emerges with greater depth. She is not simply queen of the gods, but guardian of the cosmic rhythms that determine the emergence of heroes and the continuation of lineages. Her influence on hero birth reflects her broader role as stabilizer of relationships, protector of family structure, and overseer of rightful descent. In this chapter of her story, Hera stands as a presence woven into the origins of heroes, sometimes visible, sometimes quiet, always essential. Through the trials of hero birth, her influence extends into the narrative fabric of Greek myth, shaping the lives that would go on to define the world of gods and mortals alike. Among the countless figures who populate Greek mythology, few stand as prominently at the crossroads of divine and mortal worlds as Heracles. His story is vast, spanning landscapes, labors, temples, and songs. Yet woven through the fabric of his narrative is the enduring presence of Hera. Their connection, often simplified in later retellings into a story of conflict, is far more intricate and symbolic when viewed through the older, quieter lens of mythic order. Hera does not merely oppose Heracles. She shapes the structure of his existence, defines the trials he must face, and ultimately contributes to the formation of one of Greece's most enduring heroes. Heracles' origin lies at the intersection of divine intention and mortal vulnerability. Born to Alcmene in Thebes and fathered by Zeus, he entered the world bearing a lineage that stood just outside the boundaries Hera guarded. His very existence brought into question the principles that sustained domestic and civic life: legitimacy, lawful union, the sanctity of marriage, and the balance of lineage. In this sense, Heracles embodied the tensions inherent in divine mortal relationships. His birth carried implications far beyond household concerns. It represented the challenge of integrating divine will with the structured world Hera governed. The earliest layers of myth suggest that Hera's involvement in Heracles' life originates not in emotion, but in these structural truths. She was guardian of legitimate descent. Zeus, through Heracles, created a lineage outside the bonds Hera protected. The birth of such a figure required rebalancing. In delaying Heracles' birth and advancing that of Eurystheus, Hera ensured that the cosmic order aligned with rightful succession. Her intervention preserved the structural integrity of lineage, reinforcing the principle that rulership should follow lawful descent rather than divine preference. In this moment, Hera acted not as an adversary, but as the arbiter of legitimacy. As Heracles grew, the influence of Hera continued to shape his path. Again, not merely through narrative opposition, but through the deeper structure of his trials. Heracles' life is defined by labor, endurance, and transformation. Each labor serves as a form of purification, guiding him from the complexities of his birth toward the eventual possibility of divine acceptance. These labors were assigned by Eurystheus, whose kingship was ensured through Hera's earlier intervention. Thus, Hera indirectly established the framework through which Heracles achieved greatness. Each labor, whether completed in distant lands or within the familiar landscapes of Greece, reflects the interplay between divine order and mortal effort. The slaying of the Nemean lion, the cleansing of the Augean stables, the capturing of the Ceryneian hind. These tasks illustrate Heracles' movement through a world shaped by divine rhythms. Hera's presence in these tasks is subtle, reflected not in interference, but in the structuring of challenge. Heracles' journey becomes a path through which excess force, divine heritage, and mortal fragility are tempered and realigned. One of the most symbolic episodes involving Hera occurs early in Heracles' mythic life, the sending of serpents to his cradle. While this story is often interpreted as an act of hostility, it also reveals the deeper mythic logic at play. Heracles, even as an infant, displays remarkable strength by overcoming the serpents. This episode marks the first recognition of his extraordinary nature. The trial reveals his divine potential not through ease, but through confrontation with danger. Hera's role in this moment is thus part of the shaping force that defines Heracles' character. Trials in Greek thought did not simply test, they revealed, refined, and clarified. As Heracles matured, his life became increasingly marked by encounters with both gods and mortals. Throughout these experiences, Hera's presence remained constant. Yet her role was not to destroy the hero, but to shape the conditions through which he would earn his place among the gods. In Greek myth, the path to immortality is rarely simple. It is a process that involves suffering, endurance, and purification. Heracles, through the labors set in motion by Hera's earlier interventions, progressed along this path with remarkable resilience. Even the tragedy associated with Heracles' life, moments when the boundary between mortal fragility and divine force becomes strained, fits within this broader narrative structure. These episodes emphasize the dual nature of Heracles, highlighting the tensions that arise when divine power inhabits a mortal frame. Hera's influence, rather than arbitrary or personal, reflects the challenges inherent in reconciling divine attributes with mortal existence. The culmination of Heracles' trials ultimately leads to his apotheosis, his ascension to divine status. This final transformation represents a reconciliation between Hera and the hero. In the ancient tradition, when Heracles was received on Olympus after his mortal death, Hera accepted him not as a rival to the order she protected, but as a legitimate member of the divine household. Their reconciliation is symbolized through his marriage to her daughter, Hebe, goddess of youth and renewal. This union reflects the completion of his purification, the alignment of his lineage with the order Hera oversees, and the integration of his once disruptive birth into the cosmic structure. The symbolic significance of this reconciliation is profound. Heracles, born outside the lawful bounds that Hera protected, undergoes trials that transform him from a figure of contested lineage into a being worthy of divine acceptance. Hera, who embodied the principles of legitimacy and order, acknowledges this transformation. Their union on Olympus symbolizes the restoration of balance, affirming that even births that challenge the structure of lineage can be integrated through trial, endurance, and purification. This mythic arc carries deep cultural meaning. In Greek thought, heroes often serve as bridges between the divine and mortal worlds, testing boundaries and revealing the complexities of human existence. Heracles' life embodies these themes, and Hera's role in shaping his path reflects the belief that structure, legitimacy, and order must be upheld even in the face of divine intervention. Through Heracles, Hera becomes not merely a figure of resistance, but a guardian of the processes that transform potential into fulfillment. Heracles' eventual acceptance into the divine household underscores Hera's broader role within Greek cosmology. She governs not only the structures of marriage and lineage, but the transitions between mortal and divine states. Her influence extends into the rhythms of purification, renewal, and acceptance, processes essential to the functioning of both gods and mortals. In this chapter, Hera emerges as a decisive force in the shaping of Heracles' destiny. Their relationship, far from a simple rivalry, reflects the interplay of structure and transformation, order and challenge, lineage and renewal. Through Heracles' trials, Hera's presence guides the emerging hero from the complexities of his origin to the clarity of divine acceptance. The arc of their relationship reveals a deeper truth at the heart of Greek myth. Harmony in the cosmos is achieved not through ease, but through the deliberate alignment of forces that shape both gods and men. Within the vast body of Greek mythology, the Trojan cycle stands as one of its most intricate and far-reaching narrative traditions. It encompasses not only the famous war between Greeks and Trojans, but the long chain of events that preceded and followed it. Hera's presence within this cycle is profound. She does not appear merely as an observer or distant deity, but as a force woven deeply into its symbolic framework. Her role emerges most clearly in the episode known as the Judgment of Paris, a moment of choice that alters the trajectory of mythic history. The Judgment of Paris is not simply a tale of rivalry among goddesses. It is a myth that reflects the complex relationship between divine influence, human decision, and the unfolding of destiny. At its foundation lies a theme essential to Hera's character: the sanctity of order and the disruption caused when divine or mortal actions disturb that order. The episode begins not with Paris, but with a moment at the very heart of Olympus, an event in which the harmony of the divine household is briefly interrupted. According to mythic tradition, the gods gathered to celebrate the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, a union between mortal and sea goddess destined to produce Achilles. The ceremony was arranged with great care and attended by nearly all the deities. Hera's presence at this wedding reflects her role as guardian of marriage and ritual union. The sanctity of the occasion carried cosmic resonance, for weddings in myth often signaled important shifts in lineage and destiny. Yet one figure was not invited to this gathering: Eris, the goddess of discord. The exclusion underscores the importance of harmony within the divine sphere, as Hera and the other deities sought to keep discord away from a ceremony symbolizing unity. Eris, however, refused to be excluded. She arrived uninvited and cast a single golden apple into the midst of the celebration. Inscribed upon it were the words, "For the fairest." This moment, the release of a simple object, became the catalyst for a sequence of events that would shape the Trojan War. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each understood the apple's inscription as applying to themselves. Their claims reflected the domains they embodied: Hera's sovereignty and dignity, Athena's wisdom and strategy, Aphrodite's beauty and love. Yet the apple's inscription demanded a singular judgment, not a shared recognition. The gods, unwilling to decide among themselves, directed Paris, a mortal prince of Troy known for his fairness, to determine which goddess should receive the apple. This act, the delegation of divine decision to a mortal, reflects a theme central to the Trojan cycle: the intersection of divine will and human choice. Hera's participation does not arise from vanity, but from her identity as Queen of the Gods. The apple symbolized honor, legitimacy, and recognition. Her claim rested not on personal desire, but on the dignity of her cosmic role. When Paris encountered the three goddesses, each offered him a gift symbolizing her domain. Hera promised sovereignty, the rulership over a great kingdom. Her promise aligned with her cosmic nature, reflecting the authority that shaped the divine and mortal worlds. Athena promised wisdom, victory in war, and skill in strategy, reflecting her association with reason and clarity. Aphrodite offered the love of Helen, considered the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, drawn to Aphrodite's promise, awarded her the apple. This choice, though presented as the decision of a single mortal, carried implications that reverberated across the mythic world. Hera's domain, bound to legitimacy and rightful order, was bypassed in favor of desire and beauty. Paris's choice symbolized a deviation from structured order toward passion, a decision that disrupted the balance Hera upheld. Her response is often described as anger, but in the deeper logic of myth, it reflects the consequences of disregarding the principle of lawful union. Paris chose a union that would violate marriage, for Helen was already the wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. The ripple of this decision ultimately led to the Trojan War. Hera's role in the events that followed must be viewed through this lens. The Greeks saw the war not merely as a conflict between nations, but as the unfolding of divine balance. Hera, aligned with Athena and Poseidon, supported the Greek forces. Her support reflected not only the slight she received from Paris, but the broader principle of justice disrupted by Helen's abduction. The war became a mythic expression of balance restored through struggle, a theme that resonates throughout Greek literature. Within the Iliad, Hera's presence is felt even when she is not directly acting. She appears as a goddess deeply committed to guiding events toward resolution. Her interventions are measured, strategic, and reflective of her cosmic role. She supports the Greeks not through impulsive actions, but through careful alignment with divine and mortal allies. She acts alongside Athena, forming a partnership rooted in shared commitment to structure and justice. When Hera attempts to sway Zeus, her methods reflect not manipulation, but the profound interplay between authority and order. Her relationship with Zeus during the Trojan War reveals another layer of her role. Zeus, upholding cosmic balance, often moves between sides, guiding the war toward its destined outcome. Hera, upholding the order disrupted by Paris's choice, supports the Greek cause. Their differing perspectives do not represent division, but the dual forces necessary to guide the cosmos. Hera's actions reflect the principle that order, once disturbed, must be restored. Zeus's actions reflect the broader timing of destiny. Together, their influence guides the war toward its mythic conclusion. Hera's presence in the Trojan cycle also highlights her connection to lineage. The war involved not only the fate of nations, but the destinies of heroes whose genealogies spanned divine and mortal lines. Heracles' sons fought alongside the Greeks. Priam's children carried royal lineages with deep ancestral roots. The war's outcome would redefine genealogies across regions. Hera's involvement underscores the importance of lawful union, lineage, and the restoration of balance in the face of disruption. Even in the aftermath of the war, Hera's influence continues. The fall of Troy, the fates of its survivors, and the establishment of new kingdoms in its wake all unfold under the shadow of the original decision made at the judgment of Paris. Hera's presence lingers in the way Greek storytellers understood the cycles of rise and fall, union and dissolution, order and its restoration. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges as a goddess whose role surpasses the narrative simplicity of rivalry. She stands as the figure through whom mythic order is measured, disrupted, and ultimately restored. The judgment of Paris marks not an episode of personal slight, but a symbolic moment in which the forces of desire override the principles of lawful union. Hera's response becomes the unfolding of cosmic consequence, guiding the Trojan cycle toward its legendary arc. Through this lens, Hera's role in the Trojan cycle reflects her deeper significance within Greek cosmology. She is the guardian of balance, the anchor of lineage, and the steady force behind the rhythms that shape divine and mortal life. Within the vast expanse of Homer's Iliad, Hera's presence flows beneath the surface like a steady current, guiding the movement of both gods and mortals. She is not always the loudest voice, nor the most dramatic figure among the Olympians, yet her influence permeates the epic from its opening lines to its closing scenes. Through calm deliberation, strategic intervention, and unwavering commitment to cosmic balance, Hera shapes the contours of the Trojan War in ways subtle and profound. Her actions, when viewed through the quiet lens of mythic order rather than the overt dramatization of later retellings, reveal the essential role she plays in maintaining structure within the epic's unfolding drama. The Iliad opens in the final years of the Trojan War, a conflict long in motion and deeply rooted in divine patterns established long before the first spear was cast. Hera's position within this conflict is not born of sudden emotion, but arises from the foundational disruption initiated at the judgment of Paris, a disturbance not merely of honor, but of the equilibrium that defines divine relationships and mortal destinies. Paris's choice, elevating desire above lawful union, set in motion a chain of events that required resolution through struggle. Hera, as guardian of structure and legitimacy, stands on the side of this restoration. From the earliest scenes of the poem, Hera is aligned with the Achaean forces. Her support is steady, rational, and shaped by principles rather than impulse. In Homer's depictions, she appears alongside Athena, forming a partnership that symbolizes structured wisdom and reasoned conflict. Their alignment with the Greeks reflects not national allegiance, but the broader cosmological logic of the epic. The Greeks, seeking to reclaim what has been disrupted, fight to restore a balance that echoes Hera's own domains. Hera's relationship with Zeus during the Iliad forms a central thread of the epic's divine narrative. Zeus, as the arbiter of fate, guides events according to a larger vision that transcends the immediate concerns of any single deity or mortal. Hera, embodying structure and continuity, periodically challenges or questions his decisions when they appear to disrupt the balance she upholds. Their interactions illustrate the complex interplay between authority and order, neither opposing the other, but engaging in a dynamic that reflects the movement of the cosmos itself. One of the most notable episodes involving Hera occurs in Book 4, where she and Athena descend to the battlefield to reignite the war after an attempted truce. Though the act is sometimes portrayed as mischievous or vindictive in later summaries, within the epic it serves a deeper purpose. The truce, achieved through mortal negotiation, does not align with the larger pattern of destiny established for Troy. The war must continue if the structures of lineage, prophecy, and cosmic balance are to unfold as foreseen. Hera's intervention ensures that the epic maintains its necessary trajectory, guiding events toward their larger resolution. Throughout the poem, Hera's interventions are characterized by deliberation. She rarely acts impulsively. When she influences the battlefield, she does so through alliances, persuasion, and strategic alignment, rather than direct displays of force. In Book 8, she attempts to sway Zeus from allowing a tide of Trojan success. Her appeals reveal her deep investment in the structure of the war's unfolding, yet she ultimately respects the boundaries of Zeus's authority. This dynamic illustrates the delicate balance between sovereignty and order, an interplay central to the mythic world. One of the most memorable scenes involving Hera comes in Book 14, often referred to as the deception of Zeus. In this episode, Hera seeks to temporarily divert Zeus's attention from the battlefield so that the Greeks may regain momentum. While later interpretations often emphasize the dramatic or sensual elements of the scene, its mythic function is subtler. Hera seeks to restore equilibrium during a moment in which the Trojans, propelled by Zeus's temporary favor, threaten to overturn the balance of the war. Her actions, carried out through careful preparation, symbolic adornment, and the support of sleep, reflect not mere cunning, but the principle of intervention in favor of cosmic balance. This episode also underscores the collaborative nature of divine influence. Hera does not act alone. She works alongside sleep, the personification of calm and stillness. Their cooperation highlights the interconnectedness of divine forces, each contributing to the structure of fate. When Zeus succumbs to sleep and drifts into slumber, the cosmic scales momentarily shift. The Achaeans regain strength, and the war continues along its destined arc. Hera's role in this moment is not to subvert Zeus, but to guide the larger pattern toward its rightful progression. Another significant aspect of Hera's presence in the Iliad lies in her relationship with the other gods. She stands as a stabilizing force within the divine assembly, engaging with deities whose temperaments, desires, and perspectives differ widely. Her interactions with Aphrodite, Artemis, Apollo, and others reveal her role as mediator of the structural harmony that binds the Olympian family. Even when disagreements arise, they unfold within a framework shaped by Hera's commitment to the stability of both divine and mortal realms. Her role during the Council of the Gods, where the Olympians debate their involvement in the war, further illustrates her significance. Hera consistently advocates for actions that align with long-established structures, reminding the gods of commitments, prophecies, and the need to uphold the principles that govern their relationships with mortals. Her voice grounds the council, ensuring that decisions are not made solely on impulse or personal inclination. Through her presence, the divine realm maintains coherence. While Hera's influence often manifests indirectly through persuasion and alignment, her presence is felt in nearly every major shift within the epic. She appears as the embodiment of continuity in a poem characterized by conflict and change. Where human lives are defined by fragility and loss, Hera's presence offers a reminder of the larger structures that shape their destinies. Her support of the Greeks, her strategic interventions, and her engagements with Zeus all serve to align the movement of the story with the enduring principles she governs. As the Iliad draws to its close, Hera's role remains present even in the quieter moments. When the focus shifts from the roar of battle to the tender rites surrounding Hector's body, the epic reveals the interdependence of order, mortality, and divine presence. Hera's influence, though not explicitly stated, undergirds the resolution, for the return of Hector's body symbolizes the restoration of balance within a world torn by conflict. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges as a goddess whose influence is both profound and understated. She shapes the progress of the Trojan War, not through storm or spectacle, but through the steady application of principles that guide the cosmos. Her presence in the Iliad reflects the essential truth of Greek thought, that behind the noise of battle and the passions of heroes lies a structure maintained by forces older and deeper than the events themselves. Through her strategic guidance, unwavering alignment with cosmic balance, and subtle yet decisive interventions, Hera stands as one of the central forces in Homer's epic, a presence whose influence endures long after the final lines fade into silence. Throughout Greek mythology, the divine world is characterized not only by its mighty gods, but by the relationships between them, alliances, rivalries, and the intricate power dynamics that shape the cosmos. Among the most significant relationships are those between the Olympian goddesses, whose interactions define much of the divine order and influence the unfolding of mortal history. Hera, as Queen of the Gods, stands at the center of this complex web of divine relationships, engaging with the other Olympian goddesses in ways that reinforce her role as the stabilizing force of order, justice, and continuity. Hera's interactions with her fellow goddesses reveal her as a figure who embodies the principles of structure and governance, standing in contrast to some of the more volatile or impulsive forces within the divine family. Yet, these relationships are not always without tension. Each goddess represents an essential aspect of life: wisdom, fertility, love, and war. And Hera's engagement with them reflects the balance of these forces within the cosmic order. One of the most notable relationships is with Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. Though they share a commitment to the structure of the world, their domains differ significantly. Athena, born from the head of Zeus, represents reason, strategy, and intellectual prowess. Hera, as goddess of marriage and queen of the gods, is deeply connected to the foundations of social order and the continuity of lineage. Their shared commitment to order, however, often aligns them, particularly in the context of the Trojan War. Hera and Athena are allies in the Greek cause, fighting to restore the balance of power in the world. Despite their shared commitment to order, their approaches are different. Athena's role is that of a calm, rational strategist, while Hera's influence is rooted in tradition, continuity, and the preservation of structure. When the two goddesses work together, as they often do in the Iliad, their combined influence strengthens the Greek cause. Hera, with her sense of justice and her deep ties to lineage, and Athena, with her wisdom and strategic foresight, form a balanced and powerful alliance. Together, they navigate the complexities of divine and mortal affairs, ensuring that the cosmic order is upheld even in the chaos of war. While Hera and Athena share common ground, her relationship with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, is often more complex. Aphrodite's domain, driven by passion, attraction, and desire, contrasts sharply with Hera's governing role. Love, in the mythic context of Aphrodite, is often portrayed as chaotic, disruptive, and uncontrollable, while Hera's influence is associated with stability, order, and the sanctity of marriage. This tension between order and desire is most vividly seen in the events of the Trojan War. In the Iliad, Aphrodite plays a central role in the events leading to the war, particularly through her promise of Helen to Paris, which sets off the conflict between the Greeks and the Trojans. Hera, ever the guardian of lawful union and order, becomes a fierce adversary to Aphrodite's influence. The contrast between their domains highlights the tension between different aspects of existence. The structured, social bonds that Hera oversees, and the unpredictable, passionate forces that Aphrodite governs. Despite their differences, their interactions are often a reflection of the broader balance of cosmic forces, where love, passion, and desire must coexist with structure, loyalty, and justice. Yet, even in their rivalry, there is a recognition of the roles they play within the larger scheme of the gods. Aphrodite's actions, though disruptive, are not inherently wrong. They are simply part of the larger cosmic dance that Hera, with her commitment to order, must navigate. Hera's actions to thwart Aphrodite in the Iliad are not born of petty rivalry, but of the need to maintain the sanctity of the divine order. In this way, their relationship, while marked by conflict, also underscores the necessity of each goddess's influence in the divine hierarchy. Demeter, goddess of agriculture and fertility, represents another key relationship for Hera. Demeter's domain is closely tied to the cycles of life and death, the seasons, and the sustenance of the earth. Though their domains are distinct, Hera's focus on societal order and Demeter's on natural fertility, their influence often overlaps in matters of marriage and family. Both goddesses are deeply concerned with the continuity of life, though from different perspectives. Hera's concern is with the lawful and social continuity of family, while Demeter's is with the physical and agricultural continuity of life. One of the most significant connections between Hera and Demeter comes through their shared concern for the well-being of families. In the myth of Persephone's abduction by Hades, both goddesses play crucial roles in ensuring that the natural and social orders are preserved. Hera, though not directly involved in Persephone's fate, is tied to the larger cosmic narrative that governs marriage, family, and the cyclical nature of life and death. Demeter's grief over her daughter's disappearance reflects a profound connection between the divine and mortal realms, and Hera's role in maintaining the stability of marriage and family extends to ensuring that such events do not disturb the deeper rhythms of cosmic balance. In Artemis, goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and chastity, Hera sees a reflection of another important aspect of divine order. Artemis's devotion to her vows of chastity and her protection of the natural world serve as a counterbalance to Hera's role as goddess of marriage and family. Where Hera embodies the domestic sphere, Artemis embodies the untamed and the wild, a guardian of nature's raw and unbridled forces. Yet, while their domains appear oppositional, both are essential to the balance of the world. Artemis's role as protector of women and children ties her to Hera's domain, and both goddesses share an overarching commitment to the natural and social order. Hera's relationship with Artemis is one of mutual respect, rooted in the understanding that both goddesses play critical roles in maintaining balance. Where Hera ensures the continuity of life through marriage and family, Artemis safeguards the natural world and the integrity of untamed forces. Their influence does not overlap in conflict, but rather complements one another, with each goddess providing a different form of protection and governance. Finally, Hera's role among the goddesses is defined by her embodiment of cosmic order. While the other Olympian goddesses represent distinct aspects of existence, wisdom, love, fertility, and nature, Hera stands as the stabilizing force that unites them all. Her role is not to disrupt or dominate, but to ensure that all elements of the divine world function in harmony. Whether in her relationships with Athena, Aphrodite, Demeter, Artemis, or other Olympian deities, Hera remains a constant presence, the queen whose influence underpins the balance of the divine and mortal realms. Through these relationships, Hera's identity as the queen of the gods becomes clearer. She does not simply rule by force, but by maintaining the essential structures that uphold the cosmic order. Her interactions with the other goddesses, marked by both harmony and tension, reveal the complex ways in which divine forces balance one another. Hera's role as the goddess of marriage, legitimacy, and continuity is essential to the maintenance of divine order, and through her relationships with the other Olympian goddesses, this role is affirmed time and time again. In this chapter of her story, Hera stands not only as a powerful queen, but as a goddess whose influence spans the full spectrum of existence. Through her interactions with the other goddesses, she embodies the harmonious balance between conflicting forces, order and chaos, structure and freedom, love and justice, that sustain the universe. Hera's role as Queen of the Gods is intrinsically tied to the concept of justice. As the goddess of marriage, family, and lawful union, her authority encompasses not just the sanctity of personal bonds, but the broader social and cosmic order that these bonds sustain. Hera does not simply serve as the goddess of harmony and domestic life. She is an enforcer of divine law, a protector of structure, and a guardian of rightful order. Her actions, both subtle and direct, are always guided by a deep commitment to upholding the principles that maintain balance within the divine and mortal realms. In this chapter of her story, we explore Hera's role as the arbiter and enforcer of justice, examining her actions as they relate to both gods and mortals. Hera's sense of justice is not solely concerned with punishment or retribution, but with the preservation of cosmic equilibrium. She believes that all beings, divine and mortal, must respect the boundaries of their roles and the laws that govern their relationships. This often places her in opposition to forces that threaten these boundaries, such as the passions of the gods or the violations of divine and moral law by mortals. Her commitment to maintaining order often requires her to act decisively, even harshly. But her actions are always rooted in a desire to restore balance rather than to impose arbitrary power. One of the most prominent examples of Hera's role as an enforcer of justice is her treatment of Zeus's infidelities. While the myths surrounding Zeus are replete with his numerous affairs with mortals and other deities, Hera, as his wife and queen, is the natural guardian of the sanctity of their marriage. Her response to his unfaithfulness, particularly with mortal women, reflects her sense of justice. The violation of sacred bonds must be addressed. Hera's actions, while sometimes viewed as vengeful, are in truth a direct response to the disruption of divine order. Her desire for retribution is not born of jealousy alone, but from a fundamental belief in the sanctity of marriage and the need to restore stability when it is threatened. One such example is her persecution of Heracles, the son of Zeus and the mortal Alcmaeon. Heracles' birth, a result of Zeus's unfaithfulness, stands in direct opposition to Hera's role as the goddess of lawful union. When Heracles, as an infant, showed his extraordinary strength by strangling two serpents sent by Hera to kill him, it was not simply a sign of his power, but also a symbol of his defiance against the cosmic order that Hera protected. Throughout Heracles' life, Hera acts to hinder his progress, subjecting him to 12 labors that test not only his strength, but also his moral character. While these acts are often portrayed as acts of jealousy or anger, they are, in fact, Hera's way of restoring the balance she believes is necessary to maintain cosmic justice. Heracles' greatness, she feels, must be earned, not granted by divine will alone. Hera's role as a figure of justice also comes into play in her interactions with Zeus's other lovers and their offspring. Her cruelty toward Io, a mortal woman whom Zeus transformed into a cow to hide her from Hera's wrath, is a direct result of Hera's sense of cosmic injustice. In the myth, Hera's anger at Zeus's deception and infidelity leads her to punish Io by setting the 100-eyed giant Argus to watch over her. This act, although harsh, underscores Hera's determination to hold those who disrupt the order of marriage accountable for their actions. Hera's role in this myth is not simply that of a jealous wife, but that of a divine enforcer, committed to restoring order where it has been breached. Moreover, Hera's commitment to justice extends beyond mere retribution. She is also a goddess of protection and legitimacy. In her role as the guardian of marriage, she is the protector of those who follow the sacred laws of union, including mortals and other deities. She embodies the idea that justice is not just about punishing wrongs, but about ensuring that the sacred structures of the universe are upheld. When Paris, through his decision in the Judgment of Paris, chose Aphrodite over Hera, he disrupted the divine balance by placing desire above order. Hera's subsequent actions, though often interpreted as wrathful, reflect her dedication to ensuring that the cosmic principles of justice and structure are respected. In the Trojan War, Hera's sense of justice is seen clearly in her alliances and interventions. Throughout the conflict, she supports the Greeks, not simply out of vengeance against the Trojans, but because of her commitment to restoring order after the divine disruption caused by Paris's decision. Her rivalry with Aphrodite, who promised Paris the love of Helen and thus contributed to the war, is not merely personal. It is rooted in the cosmic principle that divine actions must be governed by lawful and just intentions. In aiding the Greeks, Hera seeks to right the wrong that Paris's decision has caused to the divine and mortal worlds. Hera's role as an enforcer of divine justice is also evident in her relationship with Athena. As goddesses who embody order, wisdom, and governance, the two share a deep sense of responsibility toward the well-being of both gods and mortals. In the Iliad, Hera and Athena act as allies, working together to support the Greek cause in the Trojan War. Their partnership reflects a shared commitment to restoring balance, and their combined efforts help to ensure that justice is carried out according to divine will. Hera's presence in these moments reinforces the idea that justice is not just about reaction, but about the active work of upholding order and righteousness. Hera's sense of justice extends beyond her direct interventions in the lives of mortals and gods. Her role in the broader cosmic order is one of balance and preservation. She embodies the belief that for the universe to function harmoniously, Every action must align with the larger principles of right and wrong. In this sense, her actions are often preventative, ensuring that chaos does not take root where order should prevail. Whether through her punishment of Zeus's lovers or her guidance in the Trojan War, Hera's justice serves to remind both gods and mortals of the need to respect the boundaries that govern the cosmos. This commitment to order is what makes Hera a figure of great strength. Her authority is not derived from anger or unchecked power, but from her unwavering dedication to the principles that sustain the divine and mortal realms. In her role as the protector of marriage, family, and lineage, she is the steady hand that ensures the cosmic fabric does not unravel under the weight of disorder. The justice she enforces is not always immediately understood or appreciated by those it affects, but it is essential to the maintenance of balance within the universe. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges as a goddess whose sense of justice is not merely concerned with retribution, but with the preservation of cosmic and moral order. Her actions are not driven by personal vendettas, but by her deep commitment to ensuring that the divine laws of marriage, lineage, and structure are upheld. Through her interventions in the lives of gods and mortals, Hera establishes herself as an arbiter of justice, one whose decisions, though sometimes harsh, reflect a divine logic that seeks to maintain the integrity of the cosmos. Her justice is not about punishment alone, but about ensuring that the universe remains in harmony, guided by the eternal principles she embodies. In the rich and layered world of Greek mythology, gods and goddesses are often depicted with specific symbols and animals that not only reflect their nature, but also embody the deeper qualities and themes they represent. For Hera, these symbols and sacred animals hold profound significance, serving as metaphors for her essence as goddess of marriage, family, and lawful union. These emblems reflect her role as the stabilizing force of the divine world, a protector of continuity and a guardian of the cosmic order that governs both mortal and immortal realms. One of the most iconic symbols associated with Hera is the peacock. This magnificent bird, known for its vibrant plumage and striking beauty, serves as the perfect emblem for a goddess who embodies majesty, authority, and regal presence. In mythology, the peacock is often depicted as Hera's sacred animal, and it is intimately connected to her identity as the queen of the gods. The bird's dazzling tail feathers with their eye spots represent both her watchfulness and her role as guardian of the cosmic order. The peacock's symbolism goes beyond mere beauty. It is often seen as a creature of vigilance and pride, its eyes symbolizing the all-seeing nature of Hera's divine oversight. The myth that the many eyes on the peacock's feathers were the eyes of Argus, the 100-eyed giant whom Hera set to guard Io, underscores this connection. Argus was tasked with watching over Io, whom Zeus had transformed into a cow to hide her from Hera's wrath. After Argus's death, Hera honored him by placing his eyes on the peacock's tail, ensuring that his watchful presence would remain forever. Thus, the peacock became not only a symbol of Hera's regal authority, but also of her vigilance in maintaining order and protecting the sanctity of marriage and family. The peacock's association with Hera highlights her role as a protector of divine laws, constantly overseeing both the gods and mortals to ensure that balance and harmony are maintained. Just as the peacock surveys the world with its numerous eyes, Hera's influence permeates all aspects of existence, from the grand cosmic scale to the smallest human relationships. Her vigilant nature is reflected in the bird's watchful gaze, always alert and ever present. Another sacred animal of Hera is the cow, a creature long associated with fertility, nourishment, and the stability of the earth. In ancient Greek society, cattle were symbols of wealth, abundance, and the continuity of life. As goddess of marriage and family, Hera's association with the cow emphasizes her role in ensuring the prosperity and flourishing of families and communities. The cow represents her nurturing aspects, her commitment to the growth and sustenance of life. In her capacity as protector of the sanctity of marriage, Hera's connection to the cow also symbolizes the nourishing and sustaining power of the marital bond. Just as the cow provides sustenance to the people who care for it, the institution of marriage, when upheld in the spirit of law and continuity, nourishes and supports society. The cow's symbolic value as a provider of food links Hera to the cycles of life, ensuring the growth and well-being of both the mortal and divine worlds. Hera's association with the cow is also a reflection of her deep connection to the earth and its cycles. As a goddess who governs the transitions between life stages, youth, marriage, motherhood, she embodies the natural rhythms that sustain the flow of generations. The cow, as a symbol of fertility and nourishment, underscores Hera's role as a mother figure, not only in a biological sense, but as a caretaker of life's broader sustaining forces. The lily, often seen in ancient art as a symbol of Hera's beauty and purity, is another plant closely associated with the goddess. As a flower of great elegance and purity, the lily represents Hera's divine femininity, her association with marital sanctity, and her role in ensuring the purity and legitimacy of familial bonds. The lily's white petals symbolize the ideal of unmarred beauty, echoing Hera's commitment to maintaining the sanctity and sacredness of marriage. The lily's symbolism extends into the realm of maternal care. In many myths, Hera is portrayed as a mother who not only nurtures her own children, but also ensures the protection of all familial bonds. The purity of the lily underscores Hera's desire to protect these bonds from corruption or disintegration, much like the flower remains unblemished in its pristine form. In this way, the lily becomes a representation of Hera's role as a protector of family life, a deity whose power sustains the purity and continuity of the family unit. The lily also reflects Hera's divine connection to beauty, but it is beauty defined by its connection to the larger, sustaining forces of life. Unlike Aphrodite, whose beauty is often associated with passion and desire, Hera's beauty is rooted in the dignity and grace that comes from lawful union and the sanctity of commitment. The lily, as a symbol of both purity and fertility, serves as a perfect embodiment of these qualities. Hera's epithets further illuminate the breadth of her influence and the various aspects of her divine nature. Each title reflects a different facet of her character, from her role as the protector of the family to her authority as the goddess of justice and order. One of the most prominent epithets is Archegetis, which translates to leader or founder. This title emphasizes Hera's role in guiding and shaping the foundational structures of society. As the protector of marriage, she is the ultimate arbiter of marital unions, and through this role, she establishes the social order that sustains communities. Hera's leadership is not characterized by dominance or force, but by the quiet power of continuity and stability, ensuring that the fundamental building blocks of life, family and community, remain intact and secure. Another important epithet of Hera is Teleia, meaning the consummate one, or the one who accomplishes. This title highlights Hera's role in completing the cycle of marriage and family life. Just as a marriage must be consecrated and completed for it to be legitimate, Hera's influence ensures that the process is carried through to its fulfillment. She is the goddess who ensures that the sanctity of the union is preserved and that the marriage reaches its ultimate goal, the continuation of life and the lineage of the family. Hera Sotera, or Hera the Savior, is another important title. In this aspect, Hera is viewed as a protector of individuals, families, and cities. She not only ensures the success and stability of marriages, but also intervenes to safeguard her worshippers from harm. This epithet reflects Hera's role as a divine force of protection, ensuring that her devotees remain under her careful watch and guidance, and that the balance of life is maintained. The animals and symbols of Hera are not just metaphors. They are woven into the very fabric of her worship and the rituals that accompany it. Her sanctuaries, from the grand temple at Argos to the more modest shrines across Greece, were dedicated not only to her divine presence, but to the elements that she represented: marriage, family, justice, and continuity. The animals and symbols associated with her were often featured in her temples and sacred spaces, further reinforcing her connection to the land, to the natural cycles, and to the lives of her worshippers. In her temples, images of the peacock, the cow, and the lily were not mere decorations, but living representations of her divine qualities. In rituals, these symbols were invoked as a way of aligning the worshippers with Hera's divine order. The sacrifices made in her honor often reflected her domains. Offerings of food, animals, and flowers, particularly those associated with fertility and purity, were given to ensure that the goddess would maintain her protection and blessings over marriages, families, and communities. Through her sacred animals, symbols, and epithets, Hera's influence extended far beyond her role as Queen of the Gods. She was not merely a figure of power and authority, but a divine force whose presence shaped the very rhythms of existence. Whether through the vigilant eyes of the peacock, the nurturing force of the cow, the purity of the lily, or the many epithets that define her essence, Hera is the eternal guardian of balance and order, ensuring that both divine and mortal lives flow in harmony with the laws of the cosmos. In this chapter of her story, Hera's sacred symbols and animals reveal the depth of her divine nature. She is not just a goddess of marriage, but a force that upholds the structure of the universe itself. Through these emblems, she remains ever present, guiding the natural world and the lives of those who honor her. In the vast canvas of Greek mythology, gods and goddesses are intricately linked, not only to the cycles of nature, but also to the rituals that define human life. These divine forces shape the rhythms of birth, marriage, and death, marking the key transitions that each individual undergoes. Hera, as the goddess of marriage, family, and lineage, embodies the sacred transitions of life. Her role in these rituals and festivals is to ensure that these rites are carried out with dignity, respect, and alignment with the divine order she upholds. Hera's festivals and rites of passage were not only integral to the spiritual life of ancient Greece, but also to its social structure. These rituals celebrated and affirmed the sacred bonds between individuals, families, and communities. As goddess of marriage, Hera was invoked in the most significant moments of human life: the transition from childhood to adulthood, the joining of two souls, marriage, and the continuation of family through childbirth. Through her divine oversight, Hera ensured that these rites aligned with the cosmic balance, preserving the continuity of life and the sacredness of familial bonds. One of the most important festivals dedicated to Hera was the Hera, celebrated primarily in Olympia and Argos, where her worship was particularly prominent. The Hera was a festival that honored Hera not only as the queen of the gods, but also as the protector of women, especially in the context of marriage. The festival was held every 4 years in Olympia, coinciding with the Great Olympic Games, though the Hera itself focused on the celebration of feminine virtues, such as chastity, purity, and the sanctity of marriage. The most prominent feature of the Hera was a foot race in which young women, unmarried and usually in their prime, participated. The race was not merely a contest of speed, but a symbolic reenactment of the transition from youth to adulthood, a rite that marked the shift from childhood into the responsibilities of marriage. The women, dressed in the simple robes and often participating barefoot, symbolized their purity and their connection to Hera's domain. The race was held in the Stadium of Olympia, the same place where the men raced during the Olympic Games, further linking the festival to the broader theme of transition. This time, the transition into womanhood and the duties that came with it. The Hera's rituals went beyond the athletic competitions. They included prayers and offerings to Hera, asking for her protection and guidance in marital life. The festival was a way of honoring the goddess for the blessings of fertility, harmony, and stability in marriage. By invoking Hera, the community reaffirmed its commitment to the values of family, loyalty, and continuity, the virtues that defined the family structure in Greek society. The festival of the Hera celebrated not only the physical prowess of young women, but also their role in sustaining the family and the larger social order. By participating in the festival, the women reaffirmed their roles as the bearers of future generations, ensuring that the divine principles upheld by Hera would be passed down. Through this sacred celebration, the rites of passage for women were both an individual transition and a communal affirmation of the continuity of the divine order. Hera's role as the goddess of marriage gave her direct involvement in one of the most significant rites of passage in ancient Greece, the wedding. Marriage was seen not just as the union of two individuals, but as a sacred covenant that aligned the divine forces with the mortal world. Hera, as the queen of the gods, was invoked to sanctify the bond between husband and wife, and to ensure that the union was harmonious, fruitful, and aligned with the cosmic order. The wedding ritual itself involved a series of sacred steps that mirrored the divine principles Hera represented. The ceremony began with the engagement or betrothal, in which the couple exchanged gifts and pledges before their families and communities. This initial exchange symbolized the commitment to uphold the sanctity of the union, ensuring that both parties entered into the marriage with full consent and understanding. Hera's role here was to oversee that the engagement was legitimate, reflecting her authority over lawful unions. On the day of the wedding, the bride would typically be dressed in a simple white gown, representing her purity and connection to the divine. She was often adorned with a wreath of flowers or a veil, emblems of fertility and the transition from virginity to womanhood. The groom, likewise, would participate in rites that invoked both familial and divine approval. The couple would proceed to the altar, where sacrifices were made to Hera, symbolizing the sacred nature of their union. After the ceremony, the newlywed couple would return to the bride's home, where they were received by the family, symbolizing the establishment of the new household. The wedding feast was a communal celebration, a way for both families to affirm the legitimacy of the union and its alignment with divine law. In this context, Hera's influence extended beyond the ceremony itself, ensuring that the marriage was blessed and that the couple's union would be harmonious, fertile, and enduring. Beyond marriage, Hera's influence also extended into the realm of childbirth, another sacred rite of passage in the life of a family. Hera, though often seen as distant or even vengeful in her treatment of those who disrupted the sanctity of marriage, was also deeply concerned with the continuity of family lines. She was the goddess who watched over women during labor, ensuring that the passage of life from mother to child occurred with safety and dignity. In ancient Greece, childbirth was a dangerous and uncertain event, both for the mother and the child. To protect mothers and ensure the birth went smoothly, the Greeks called upon Hera and Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Eileithyia's role was to assist women in labor, easing the process and ensuring that the child was born safely. Hera, as a maternal figure herself, was invoked to protect the sanctity of life and to ensure that the family line continued according to divine will. Childbirth rites were deeply tied to the protection of family and lineage, both of which Hera governed. Women would offer prayers, sacrifices, and gifts to the goddess, seeking her favor in the hope that the child would be born safely and that the family line would continue in harmony with the divine order. These rituals, while personal and intimate, were also communal affirmations of the goddess's role in sustaining the structure of society. Just as Hera watched over the union of husband and wife, she watched over the continuation of family life, ensuring that new generations were born with divine blessing. Hera's sacred role in the cycles of life also extended to the seasons. The natural rhythms of birth, growth, and death that mirrored the cycles of human existence. As goddess of marriage and continuity, she was closely linked to the passage of the seasons, which themselves symbolized the flow of life from youth to adulthood, from marriage to parenthood, and ultimately to the later stages of life. Her influence was especially felt during fertility rites, which were closely associated with the changing seasons. The Greeks understood the fertility of the land as deeply connected to the cycles of human life. Both were tied to the rhythms of birth, growth, and eventual decay. Hera's role in these rites reflected her commitment to the cyclical nature of life, ensuring that these transitions were honored and upheld according to divine law. Whether through the celebration of marriage, the sanctification of childbirth, or the observance of the seasons, Hera's influence underscored the belief that every transition in life had a sacred and structured place within the cosmic order. Hera's role in the festivals and rites of passage speaks to her deep connection to human life, not just as a figure of power, but as a protector of the continuity and sanctity of existence. Her involvement in marriage and childbirth, and her presence in the festivals that celebrated these transitions, reflect her commitment to the natural and social order. Through these rituals, the Greeks recognized that life's transitions, whether from youth to adulthood, from engagement to marriage, or from one generation to the next, were sacred events that carried divine significance. In this chapter of her story, Hera emerges as more than a queen of gods. She is a goddess who shapes and guides the most important moments of life, ensuring that each transition is marked with dignity, respect, and divine order. Her presence in the rites of passage serves as a reminder that the divine and the mortal realms are intricately connected, and that the rhythms of life are shaped by forces both eternal and enduring. Through Hera, the continuity of life, family, marriage, and the passage of time remains under divine protection, ensuring that the sacred order of the universe is upheld. As the queen of the gods in Greek mythology, Hera's influence was not confined to the myths and stories of the ancient world. Her worship, like the other Olympian deities, evolved over centuries, adapting to changing societal needs and political shifts. While Hera was primarily venerated as a goddess of marriage, family, and cosmic order, her role and significance grew to encompass a wider range of responsibilities, from protector of cities to goddess of fertility and women. In this chapter, we will explore how Hera's worship evolved over time and how her legacy continued in both Greek and Roman culture, adapting to new contexts while maintaining the core principles of her divine nature. In the earliest stages of her worship, Hera was closely tied to the foundational aspects of life and society. She was revered as the protector of marriage, family, and the household, which made her a central figure in daily life. Her sanctuaries, particularly those in Argos, Samos, and Olympia, were major religious centers where the goddess was honored for her role in ensuring the continuity of family lines and the proper structure of society. Hera's festivals, such as the Hera, emphasized the sacredness of marriage and the transition of young women into adulthood, reflecting her divine governance over these life-altering events. Her role in ancient Greece was deeply embedded in the social and familial structure. She was seen as a goddess whose influence spanned the most important stages of human existence: birth, marriage, motherhood, and the perpetuation of family lines. Hera was regarded as a stabilizing force, a divine guardian of societal order, and a protector of women in their roles as wives and mothers. The reverence for Hera as a protector of women is reflected in the common practice of women invoking her name during their own marriages and childbirths. Many rituals included sacrifices and prayers to Hera, seeking her blessing for fertility, a harmonious marriage, and the safe birth of children. Hera's temples, which were adorned with statues of the goddess, became central locations for such rituals. Over time, as the ancient Greek worldview shifted, Hera's role as a protector of marriage and family became intertwined with more complex concepts of divine justice and societal regulation. As Greek culture advanced into the classical period, Hera's role became more closely associated with political power and the protection of cities. She was not only the goddess of marriage and familial unity, but also became a symbol of civic stability and political legitimacy. In some city-states, Hera was worshipped as a protector of the state, much in the same way that other gods like Athena were regarded as protectors of war and wisdom. Hera's influence began to extend beyond the domestic realm into the political and social fabric of Greek society. In Argos, one of the most important centers of Hera worship, her temple was a focal point for political and military power. The city, which claimed to be the birthplace of Hera, saw her as a protector not just of marriage, but also of civic order. The Heraion of Argos, with its grand architecture and ritual significance, symbolized Hera's role as a force of stability within both the personal and public spheres. Here, Hera was invoked not only for the protection of marriage and families, but also for the welfare of the city itself, ensuring peace, prosperity, and unity among its citizens. While the classical period focused on Hera's role in marriage and family, it was also during this time that her more complex associations with justice and law emerged. As the goddess who upheld the divine order, Hera was seen as a symbol of authority and governance. Her relationship with Zeus, the king of the gods, reinforced this image of Hera as a figure who represented the balance between power and stability, both in the divine world and on earth. With the rise of Roman power and the eventual conquest of Greece, the worship of Hera transitioned into Roman culture, where she was reinterpreted through the lens of Roman religious and social ideals. In Rome, Hera's counterpart was Juno, who assumed many of the same roles as the Greek goddess, but was also associated with the Roman ideals of motherhood, citizenship, and political leadership. Juno's worship was closely tied to the Roman state, and her role as the protector of women and marriage continued in much the same way as Hera's influence in Greece. In Roman culture, Juno was a prominent deity, and her role expanded to include the protection of the Roman Empire itself. Juno's connection to marriage and fertility remained central, but she also became a patroness of the state, offering her divine protection to the city of Rome. The temple of Juno Moneta in Rome, for instance, was not only a place of worship, but also a site associated with the governance and political power of Rome, symbolizing Juno's role as a protector of civic order and stability. Hera's legacy as Juno also extended into the political and social spheres, where she was regarded as a goddess who embodied the strength of the state and the family unit. Roman citizens prayed to Juno for fertility, marriage, and the health of their families, as well as for the prosperity and stability of the empire. In this way, Juno continued the work of Hera, ensuring that both personal and political life in the Roman world were governed by divine principles of order and justice. Even as the worship of Hera transitioned into Roman culture and the Greco-Roman world became dominated by other religious traditions, her symbolism persisted in various forms. As the goddess of marriage, family, and legitimacy, Hera's qualities remained relevant throughout centuries of cultural change. In the Middle Ages, for example, her image as a protector of family and marriage carried over into Christian religious contexts, where she was sometimes associated with the Virgin Mary. Both figures were seen as embodiments of feminine purity, motherhood, and devotion, roles that resonated deeply with Christian ideals of family and the sanctity of marriage. Hera's association with the peacock, symbolizing beauty, vigilance, and divine sovereignty, also carried through into later artistic and literary traditions. Her image, often depicted with a peacock at her side, became a symbol of grace, nobility, and power. Even in art and literature during the Renaissance, the symbolic weight of Hera's presence as a goddess of marriage and family continued to influence the portrayal of women in literature and visual culture. In modern times, Hera's legacy as a goddess of marriage and family has found its place in various cultural narratives. From literature and art to pop culture and media, Hera's symbolism as the protector of lawful union has been reimagined in countless ways. In some stories, she is depicted as a figure of strength and resilience, reminding audiences of the importance of family, loyalty, and commitment. In others, her complex and sometimes vengeful nature highlights the delicate balance between power and justice, emphasizing the consequences of disrupting the natural order. Even in modern representations of her mythology, Hera's role as a protector of women and families remains central. She is often portrayed as a goddess whose power is not defined by her anger or jealousy, but by her unwavering commitment to maintaining the structure of the world. Her story continues to serve as a reminder of the sacredness of marriage, the importance of justice, and the power of continuity in human life. Hera's worship and influence, from ancient Greece to the Roman Empire and beyond, reflect her role as one of the most important figures in the Greek pantheon. As the goddess of marriage, family, and justice, Hera's divine principles have shaped not only religious practices, but also cultural values surrounding the sanctity of relationships and the continuity of life. Through her sacred symbols, her festivals, and her profound role in the lives of both gods and mortals, Hera remains a timeless figure whose legacy endures through the ages. In this chapter of her story, Hera's influence transcends the myths of old. Her role as a protector of family and marriage, her embodiment of justice, and her unwavering commitment to cosmic order have ensured that her legacy remains vibrant in modern thought and culture. Whether through her ancient worship or her symbolic presence in contemporary narratives, Hera continues to serve as a reminder of the enduring importance of balance, structure, and the sacred bonds that connect us all. Hera, as the queen of the gods and the goddess of marriage, family, and the sanctity of lawful union, is one of the most complex and multifaceted deities in Greek mythology. On the surface, she embodies the ideals of order, stability, and structure. Yet beneath this serene exterior, she is also a figure of great emotional depth, capable of powerful wrath and vengeance. This dual nature, her role as a protector of cosmic order, and her tendency to act out of anger when that order is violated, forms a paradox that has long intrigued scholars and mythologists. Hera's story is a profound exploration of how justice, jealousy, power, and love intersect, revealing the complex dynamics that govern both divine and mortal realms. At the heart of Hera's divine essence lies her commitment to justice and the maintenance of order. As the goddess of marriage and family, she represents the sanctity of social bonds, the laws that govern human relationships, and the importance of continuity across generations. Marriage, in ancient Greek society, was seen as a fundamental institution that upheld the very fabric of civilization. It ensured the legitimacy of heirs, the stability of communities, and the harmony between gods and mortals. Hera's role as the protector of marriage gave her the power to enforce the sacredness of these unions, and through this she upheld the larger cosmic order. Her role as a goddess of justice is particularly emphasized when examining her relationship with Zeus, her husband and brother, and their numerous divine and mortal offspring. Zeus, known for his numerous infidelities, frequently disrupted the sanctity of marriage by having affairs with other goddesses and mortals. Hera, as the divine enforcer of marital laws, could not ignore these breaches of sacred contract. Her anger toward Zeus's unfaithfulness is not driven by simple jealousy or personal spite, but stems from her deep-rooted belief in the sanctity of marital bonds. She is a goddess whose justice is rooted in cosmic law, ensuring that the divine order is not upset by acts of chaos and lawlessness. Hera's role in the Trojan War also reflects her commitment to justice and the restoration of balance. The conflict began with Paris's judgment, which violated the sanctity of marriage by awarding the golden apple to Aphrodite, thus favoring her over Hera. Hera's anger at this act of divine treachery is not just personal, but symbolic of the violation of the laws that govern both mortal and divine unions. In the Iliad, Hera actively participates in the Greek cause, seeking to restore balance by supporting the Greeks against the Trojans, who have been favored by the disruptive force of Aphrodite's beauty and desire. Hera's intervention in the war underscores her role as the guardian of lawful union and the cosmic justice that ensures the proper functioning of the world. While Hera's commitment to justice is unwavering, her desire for retribution when that order is disrupted often brings out the more vengeful side of her character. This is perhaps most evident in her response to Zeus's infidelities, where her actions are driven not just by anger, but by a sense of cosmic imbalance. When Zeus fathers children with mortal women or other goddesses, Hera's fury often leads to severe consequences for both the lovers and their offspring. These acts of vengeance are seen in stories such as her treatment of Io, the mortal woman who caught Zeus's attention and was transformed into a cow to escape Hera's wrath. The myth of Io is a striking example of how Hera's sense of justice is interwoven with her emotional responses. When Zeus falls in love with Io, Hera's jealousy leads her to place Io under the watchful eye of Argus, the hundred-eyed giant. The punishment Hera metes out to Io is not only a means of keeping Zeus's infidelity in check, but also a reminder that the goddess of marriage will not allow such disruptions to go unchecked. Hera's cruelty toward Io, however, is not without its own moral complexity. In many versions of the myth, Hera's actions are not merely the result of jealousy, but reflect a deeper, almost judicial need to restore order. Despite her vengeful response, the myth of Io also shows Hera's dual nature. Her justice is tempered by a desire to punish, revealing a side of the goddess that can be both harsh and unforgiving. In her treatment of Heracles, the mortal son of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene, Hera's vengeful nature is further magnified. Heracles' very birth challenges Hera's understanding of marriage and familial legitimacy. Hera, determined to punish the child of Zeus's infidelity, sends serpents to kill the infant Heracles. As he grows older and begins to achieve greatness, Hera continues to torment him, subjecting him to the 12 labors. These labors, though often viewed as tests of Heracles' strength and heroism, are also a form of divine punishment that Hera enacts to remind both gods and mortals that cosmic order must be upheld, even at the cost of an individual's suffering. As the queen of the gods and goddess of marriage, family, and justice, Hera's influence stretched far beyond the stories told of her in the classical era. Her worship and legacy evolved through centuries, adapting to shifting cultural, political, and religious contexts. While Hera's central role in ancient Greek society was as a protector of marriage and family, her image gradually expanded over time, particularly through the lens of Roman society, early Christianity, the Renaissance, and into modern culture. Her symbolism and attributes have been interpreted in various ways, but her enduring presence has remained a constant thread throughout history, reflecting both the continuity of her divine essence and the ways in which cultures reimagine their gods to meet evolving needs. When the Roman Empire absorbed Greek culture, many Greek gods and goddesses were adopted and reinterpreted through the lens of Roman values and ideals. Hera, as the queen of the gods, was known as Juno in Roman mythology, and though her primary associations with marriage and family remained intact, her role broadened to reflect Roman ideals of civic order and state power. In Rome, Juno became a patroness not only of marriage and childbirth, but also of the Roman state and its citizens. As Juno Regina, queen, Hera's Roman counterpart was elevated to the protector of the state, and her role transcended domestic affairs to include oversight of Roman power. Juno was seen as a symbol of sovereignty, protecting not only the institution of marriage, but also the very integrity of the Roman Empire. Her temples, such as the Temple of Juno Moneta on the Capitoline Hill, were dedicated not only to her as a goddess of women and marriage, but also to her role in securing the political and military strength of the empire. Juno's association with the minting of Roman coins symbolized her link to the prosperity and stability of Rome itself. While Juno shared much of Hera's early identity, her Roman worship incorporated more state-driven functions, emphasizing her role as a guardian of the public good. Roman citizens, especially women, continued to invoke Juno's blessings for marriage, fertility, and family life, but she was also called upon for the protection of the city and the well-being of the empire. This dual role as protector of both familial and political unity made Juno an even more multifaceted figure than Hera had been in Greece. With the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire, the polytheistic pantheon of gods was replaced by a monotheistic worldview. However, certain archetypes from the Greek and Roman gods were preserved and reinterpreted within Christian contexts. Hera's maternal qualities, her role as a guardian of marriage, and her concern for family life found a direct parallel in the figure of the Virgin Mary, the mother of Jesus Christ. In Christian tradition, Mary came to embody purity, motherhood, and the sanctity of family, qualities that were long associated with Hera. Both Hera and Mary were revered as figures who interceded on behalf of their followers, offering protection, blessing, and maternal care. Hera's role as the queen of the gods and her protective nature over families mirrored Mary's revered status as a protector of the faithful and a figure of maternal compassion. Though Mary was not an exact equivalent to Hera, many of the themes that defined Hera's character were seamlessly integrated into Christian teachings about Mary. Both figures were seen as mothers who cared for their children with divine tenderness, yet they also embodied a power that was connected to their roles as guardians of sacred unions and divine order. The association of Mary with motherhood and the sacredness of family made her a symbolic successor to the archetype of Hera, as she became an intercessor for women, mothers, and families in the Christian faith. In the broader Christian context, Mary's role as a protector of the family and the idealized mother served as a continuation of Hera's influence, though it was reframed within the theological structure of Christianity. The maternal qualities that both Hera and Mary represented transcended the particularities of their respective religious frameworks, echoing a shared understanding of the importance of familial love, justice, and divine protection. The Renaissance, a period marked by a revival of classical art and thought, saw a renewed interest in the gods and goddesses of ancient Greece and Rome. During this time, Hera was reimagined by artists and writers as an ideal of feminine strength, dignity, and regal authority. Her image became a symbol of the power of women, their roles as leaders, and their place in the divine order. In Renaissance art, Hera was often depicted as an embodiment of the ideal queen. She was portrayed with elegance, poise, and authority, qualities that were emphasized through her stately attire, regal gestures, and the presence of symbols like the peacock, which highlighted her association with sovereignty and watchfulness. While earlier depictions of Hera often focused on her role as a jealous or vengeful wife, Renaissance artists sought to elevate her image, presenting her as a powerful, dignified figure who balanced both maternal care and divine authority. Artists such as Peter Paul Rubens and Giorgio Vasari often depicted Hera in the context of her relationship with Zeus, emphasizing their divine marriage as a symbol of cosmic order and unity. Her role as queen was central to the overall narrative of divine governance, and Renaissance art highlighted the majesty of this position. Hera was not merely the wife of Zeus, but a figure whose authority extended across both the divine and mortal realms. In addition to her regal and protective aspects, Renaissance artists also explored Hera's maternal qualities, often portraying her as a mother figure whose care for her children extended to all of humanity. While she was still the goddess of marriage, her role as a mother who protected and nurtured those within her domain became a recurring theme in Renaissance portrayals. Hera's image, in this context, merged both the protective and powerful aspects of her character, framing her as a maternal deity whose presence commanded respect. In the modern era, Hera's legacy has been reimagined in a variety of forms, particularly in literature, film, and television. Contemporary interpretations of Hera often focus on her complex personality, her struggle between justice and vengeance, and her role as a protector of cosmic order. These portrayals reflect both the reverence for Hera's traditional role as the queen of the gods and the exploration of her more nuanced, multifaceted character. In Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series, for example, Hera is portrayed as a strong but sometimes complex figure, balancing her regal duties with her personal frustrations and sense of justice. Her interactions with the other gods and with mortals highlight the tension between her divine responsibilities and the emotional toll of maintaining cosmic order. This modern depiction underscores Hera's continued relevance in popular culture. She is not merely a distant, cold figure, but a complex, dynamic deity with relatable motivations and challenges. Similarly, in films such as Clash of the Titans and television series like Hercules: The Legendary Journeys, Hera is often depicted as a powerful and sometimes vengeful figure. These portrayals emphasize her role as a protective mother, a stern enforcer of cosmic rules, and an embodiment of divine authority. While the tone of these portrayals can vary, sometimes portraying Hera as a sympathetic figure, at other times as an antagonist, her character remains central to the mythic narrative, reinforcing her enduring presence in modern storytelling. Throughout history, Hera's role as the queen of the gods and protector of marriage, family, and cosmic order has remained relevant, adapting to the changing values and needs of each society. From her worship in ancient Greece and Rome to her transformation into Juno, from her parallels with the Virgin Mary in Christian theology to her reimagining in Renaissance art and modern popular culture. Hera's legacy continues to influence the way we understand feminine power, justice, and the sanctity of relationships. Hera's complex nature as a goddess who embodies both protective care and divine retribution ensures that her image remains multifaceted and deeply symbolic. Whether revered as a protector of families, a symbol of feminine strength, or a figure of divine justice, Hera's enduring presence across time and cultures speaks to the timeless importance of balance, order, and the sacredness of life's key transitions. As both Juno in Roman culture and as the Divine Mother archetype, Hera's legacy remains a powerful reminder of the strength, dignity, and responsibility that come with leadership, protection, and love. Throughout history, the image of the powerful female deity has captured the imagination of cultures across the world. In ancient Greece, Hera stood as one of the most prominent examples of a goddess who wielded not only divine power, but also authority over the very forces that governed both the cosmos and human society. As Queen of the Gods, goddess of marriage and family, and enforcer of cosmic order, Hera represented an archetype of feminine sovereignty, an image that has resonated through millennia, transcending her role in mythology to become a symbol of divine authority and governance. Hera's character is often contrasted with that of other male deities, especially Zeus, her husband and brother. Yet, her power and influence were not derivative of Zeus's authority. Hera held a sovereignty of her own, defined by her stewardship of the divine order, her vigilance in protecting the sanctity of marriage, and her role as the mother figure who ensured the continuity of life. In this chapter, we will explore how Hera embodies the archetype of the powerful female deity and examine the various ways in which her story represents not just the roles of women in ancient Greece, but also the broader significance of feminine sovereignty and authority. At the heart of Hera's divine identity is her role as the protector of marriage and family. In ancient Greek society, marriage was viewed not simply as a personal union between two individuals, but as a sacred institution that ensured the stability and continuation of the social order. The sanctity of marriage was central to the structure of Greek society, which was built upon familial ties and the preservation of lineage. As the goddess who safeguarded these bonds, Hera was seen as the ultimate arbiter of legitimacy, ensuring that marriages remained intact and that families continued in accordance with divine and societal laws. Hera's guardianship over marriage extended beyond the realm of mortal unions. Her influence shaped the divine marriages of the gods themselves. The marriage between Hera and Zeus, although fraught with difficulties and infidelities on Zeus's part, was viewed as the quintessential model of divine union. This paradox, the tension between Hera's role as the goddess of marriage and the personal betrayal she often endured in her relationship with Zeus, serves to emphasize the depth of her power and her unwavering commitment to the sanctity of marriage. Her emotional struggles are a testament to the complexity of divine and mortal relationships, showing that even gods are subject to the same challenges as their human worshippers. In her role as the protector of marriage, Hera also embodied the strength and dignity of feminine sovereignty. She was not a passive figure in her marriage to Zeus, but a goddess who actively upheld the laws and principles that governed the divine and mortal worlds. While Zeus represented the cosmic authority of the heavens, Hera embodied the authority of the family unit, the foundational building block of society. Her power lay in her role as the guardian of this most sacred of institutions, ensuring its stability, continuity, and respect within the divine and mortal realms. Hera's sovereignty extended beyond the domestic sphere. As the goddess of justice and cosmic order, she stood as the enforcer of divine laws. She did not merely uphold the structure of the family, but also maintained the balance of the entire cosmos. Hera was the divine figure responsible for ensuring that the principles of order, legality, and legitimacy were respected by both gods and mortals alike. This role placed her at the very heart of the divine hierarchy, where she wielded authority not only over the affairs of Olympus, but also over the relationships between gods and men. Her capacity to enforce order was particularly evident in her responses to Zeus's numerous infidelities. In contrast to the more impulsive reactions of other gods, Hera's approach to the preservation of justice was systematic and deliberate. Rather than acting out of pure emotion, she pursued a path of retribution that sought to correct the imbalance caused by Zeus's actions. This focus on restoring balance, whether through vengeance, punishment, or intervention, underscores Hera's role as a divine figure who ensures that all actions, whether committed by gods or mortals, are subject to a higher law. Hera's power as the enforcer of cosmic justice also gave her a unique place among the Olympian gods. While Zeus ruled as the king of the gods, it was Hera who maintained the moral and structural integrity of Olympus. Her role in the divine order was not just one of passive leadership, but active governance. She was a deity whose authority extended to all aspects of life, social, familial, and divine, ensuring that each element of existence functioned within the established boundaries of law and justice. Hera's sovereignty is a defining feature of her identity as a goddess. Unlike many other female deities in Greek mythology, Hera is not a mere symbol of beauty, fertility, or love. She represents power and authority, qualities that have been attributed to male deities in many mythological traditions. Hera, however, embodies these qualities from a distinctly feminine perspective. As the queen of the gods, she wielded authority that was rooted not in physical strength or violence, but in dignity, wisdom, and protection. Her power was not defined by domination, but by the careful, measured balance of justice and order. Hera's role as a powerful female deity stands in contrast to other female figures in Greek mythology, such as Aphrodite, whose power was associated with passion, beauty, and desire, or Artemis, whose strength was aligned with independence and the untamed wilderness. Hera's power, by contrast, was closely tied to the domestic sphere, a realm traditionally associated with women, but one that was far more complex than the stereotypical depictions of femininity. Hera's sovereignty was not only about guarding marriage, but also about upholding the stability of the cosmic order, ensuring that the laws governing the gods and mortals were respected and maintained. In this way, Hera represents an archetype of feminine power that transcends traditional gender roles. She is not a passive or subservient figure, but a sovereign queen whose divine authority is rooted in her stewardship of the natural and moral laws that govern the universe. Her strength lies in her ability to maintain order, to protect family and society, and to wield power not through force, but through wisdom, patience, and justice. The image of Hera as a symbol of feminine sovereignty and justice has persisted through the centuries, influencing both religious thought and cultural expressions. In Roman mythology, Juno retained much of the same qualities as Hera, continuing to represent marriage, family, and civic protection. However, her image also expanded to encompass the role of a protector of the state, serving as a reminder that feminine power could transcend the personal and extend to the public and political realms. In Christian iconography, Hera's maternal and protective qualities found a parallel in the Virgin Mary, whose role as the mother of Jesus embodied themes of sacred motherhood and the protection of family. While Mary did not carry the same divine sovereignty as Hera, her image as a powerful maternal figure reflected similar ideals of feminine strength and compassion, particularly in her role as an intercessor and protector of families. In more modern interpretations, Hera's character continues to be explored as a symbol of empowerment and justice. Whether in literature, film, or other forms of art, Hera's archetype remains relevant as a figure who embodies the complexity of feminine power. She is no longer just the jealous wife or vengeful goddess, but a multifaceted figure who represents sovereignty, balance, and the sacred duty of upholding the structures that sustain society. Hera's role as a powerful female deity has endured across centuries, making her one of the most complex and influential figures in both ancient and modern mythology. As the goddess of marriage, family, and justice, Hera stands as the epitome of feminine sovereignty, a figure whose power is rooted not in domination, but in the careful maintenance of order, balance, and continuity. Her strength lies in her ability to protect the sanctity of relationships, enforce divine laws, and govern the cosmic order. Through her story, we learn that true power is not always loud or forceful, but can be found in the quiet, steadfast protection of what is sacred. In this chapter of her story, Hera's archetype continues to inspire modern interpretations of feminine strength, justice, and authority. She remains a symbol of the enduring power of women, not only in personal relationships, but in their ability to shape the broader social and cosmic structures that govern existence. Hera's legacy as the queen of the gods, the protector of marriage, and the enforcer of divine order has left an indelible mark on mythology and continues to serve as a beacon of feminine sovereignty and power across time. Hera's complex and multifaceted nature has made her a central figure not only in the myths and rituals of ancient Greece, but also in the literary traditions that followed. Over the centuries, her character has been explored, reimagined, and reinterpreted in works of literature, from classical tragedies to modern novels. Hera's presence in literature represents the tensions between order and chaos, justice and vengeance, and the roles of women in society and the divine. This chapter explores how Hera's image evolved in literature, tracing her role from the ancient tragedies to her more contemporary portrayals in novels and stories. The classical Greek tragedies, written by playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, often presented the gods and goddesses as active agents in human affairs, whose divine will shaped the fates of mortals. Hera's character, while not as central as figures like Zeus, Apollo, or Athena, still played a critical role in the dramatic tensions of these works. Her influence was often linked to themes of justice, the sanctity of marriage, and the consequences of divine intervention in mortal lives. One of the key themes that emerges in Euripides' works is the tension between Hera's role as a protector of marriage and her sometimes destructive interventions. For instance, in Euripides' Hercules Furens, The Madness of Heracles, Hera's wrath plays a central role in the suffering of Heracles. In this tragedy, Heracles, driven mad by Hera's influence, unwittingly kills his wife and children. Hera's anger toward Heracles, as the illegitimate son of Zeus, serves as a striking example of the goddess's deep-seated commitment to the preservation of divine law and order. While Heracles' tragedy is an instance of excessive divine punishment, it highlights Hera's role as the enforcer of justice, regardless of the emotional toll it might exact. In these tragedies, Hera is often depicted not as a capricious figure, but as one whose anger stems from a profound belief in the sanctity of family and marriage. Her interventions, while harsh, are tied to her divine responsibility of maintaining cosmic order. This aligns with her character in mythology, where her actions are never without purpose, even if they appear vengeful or excessive. Hera's role as a figure of authority within the divine world often serves to highlight the tension between the gods' power and the vulnerability of mortal lives. In Homer's Iliad, Hera's presence is more prominent, as she directly engages in the politics of Olympus, particularly in the Trojan War. While she is less involved in the battles themselves, her interventions reflect her authority over both the divine and mortal realms. Hera is shown as a determined, strong-willed goddess, particularly when she disagrees with Zeus, her husband, and attempts to alter the course of events in favor of the Greeks. Her actions reveal her deep investment in restoring what she views as divine justice, especially after Paris's decision in the judgment of Paris that led to the Trojan War. In Homer's Odyssey, Hera's influence is less direct, but the echoes of her archetype as a goddess of marriage, loyalty, and justice are still present. The trials of Odysseus on his long journey home can be seen as a reflection of the forces Hera embodies, the consequences of disruption, and the long path to reconciliation and order. Hera's role, while not as directly involved in the Odyssey as other gods, is symbolically present in the themes of faithfulness, justice, and the eventual restoration of order in the family when Odysseus finally returns to Ithaca. Hera's character in Homer's epics showcases her as a goddess whose actions are deeply intertwined with the broader concepts of fate, justice, and the maintenance of divine laws. Her role as a figure of authority in both the Iliad and the Odyssey reinforces her central place in the Greek worldview as a goddess who upholds and enforces the divine order, even at great personal cost. In Roman literature, Hera's counterpart, Juno, continued to embody the same values of marriage, motherhood, and justice, but her influence grew to encompass a more significant role in Roman civic and military life. Roman poets such as Virgil, in his epic Aeneid, brought the goddess Juno into the fold of Roman identity, where she became associated with the imperial ideals of fate, empire building, and political legitimacy. In the Aeneid, Juno is depicted as a powerful goddess who does not shy away from interfering in the affairs of mortals, particularly in her antagonistic relationship with the Trojan hero Aeneas. Juno's anger toward Aeneas, stemming from the judgment of Paris and the eventual founding of Rome, highlights her continued role as an enforcer of divine order, albeit with a more complex political and personal motivation. While her opposition to Aeneas is often seen as a reflection of her anger toward the Trojans, her role in the epic speaks to the Roman ideals of destiny, conflict, and just rule. The struggles between Juno and Aeneas also serve as a reminder of Hera's archetypal role in myth. a goddess who maintains the balance of the universe by making difficult choices that may appear harsh but are ultimately necessary for the greater good. In this sense, Juno's role in the Aeneid mirrors the larger themes of divine retribution and justice seen in earlier works about Hera, though it is now filtered through Roman values of conquest, empire, and the establishment of political order. In modern literature, Hera's image has continued to evolve, with her representation often shifting to reflect contemporary values, especially in terms of gender roles, feminist theory, and power dynamics. Hera's complex character, her balance of maternal tenderness and vengeful justice, has made her an appealing figure for writers and readers alike, offering a rich source of symbolic meaning for those interested in exploring themes of female power and agency. In contemporary novels and retellings of Greek mythology, Hera is frequently portrayed as a powerful and dynamic figure who grapples with the complexities of her relationships and her responsibilities. Authors often focus on the psychological depth of her character, exploring her emotional complexity, the ambiguity of her actions, and her struggles with both personal betrayal and her larger cosmic role. For example, in Madeline Miller's Circe, Hera's character is depicted with more nuance, highlighting the vulnerability of the goddess despite her immense power. This modern retelling humanizes Hera, allowing her to be a character who is both a victim of divine betrayal and a powerful figure in her own right. Through such portrayals, Hera is no longer a distant, vengeful deity, but a complex and relatable character who embodies the challenges and intricacies of being a woman in a patriarchal world, one who must reconcile her power with the personal cost of that power. In other modern adaptations of Greek mythology, such as in novels, graphic novels, and fantasy series, Hera is often reimagined as a feminist icon, a goddess whose actions represent the fierce protection of female autonomy and the demand for justice in a world that frequently marginalizes women. These works often focus on Hera's role as a protector and enforcer of societal laws, presenting her as a model of agency, authority, and strength. Hera's image has also made a significant impact in contemporary popular culture, especially in films, television series, and video games. In many modern retellings of ancient myths, Hera is portrayed as a strong-willed and often morally complex character. Her character is not always the antagonist. Instead, she is a figure with conflicting motivations, reflecting her multifaceted nature. In television series like Hercules: The Legendary Journeys and Xena: Warrior Princess, Hera's image as a powerful divine matriarch is explored in ways that blend humor, drama, and moral ambiguity, making her a more nuanced character than the traditional portrayal of a jealous and vengeful goddess. In these portrayals, Hera's mythological characteristics, her love for justice, her fierce protectiveness over her family, and her struggle with the emotional complexity of her marriage to Zeus, are brought into the modern context, where themes of loyalty, power, and betrayal continue to resonate with contemporary audiences. Hera's character is also explored in comic book universes like Marvel, where her complex relationships with Zeus and other gods become central to her persona. Hera's legacy in literature, from ancient tragedy to modern reimaginings, continues to offer rich and diverse interpretations of divine authority, justice, and the complexities of power. She is not merely a figure of vengeance or law, but a goddess whose influence extends across the realms of feminine strength, sovereignty, and moral complexity. Whether as a symbol of marriage, a guardian of order, or a powerful, independent deity, Hera remains an enduring archetype of feminine authority whose character continues to captivate and inspire. In literature, Hera represents not only the roles assigned to women in ancient societies, but also the universal themes of justice, love, vengeance, and power that continue to define human experience. As her myth evolves, Hera's story invites us to reflect on the timeless nature of power and the intricate dynamics between gods, mortals, and the forces that govern life itself. Hera's role in Greek mythology is not only defined by her own divine characteristics, but also by her relationships with other gods. These connections, marked by alliances, rivalries, and familial ties, reveal much about her power, influence, and the complex dynamics that shape the world of the Olympians. Hera's relationships with other gods, especially Zeus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, and even lesser-known deities, provide a window into the nature of divine authority, marriage, justice, and cosmic balance in Greek thought. In this chapter, we explore Hera's relationships with other gods, considering both her alliances and rivalries. These relationships offer a deeper understanding of her as a powerful and multifaceted figure who plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the divine world. The most significant relationship in Hera's life, both mythologically and cosmologically, is her union with Zeus, the king of the gods. Their marriage, though central to Greek mythology, is far from a simple or idyllic one. While Hera is often portrayed as the embodiment of justice, structure, and marriage, Zeus represents the more expansive, unpredictable force of divine will. The tension between these two deities reflects not only the inherent differences between them, but also the overarching dynamics of power, order, and chaos in the universe. Hera's marriage to Zeus is marred by Zeus's numerous infidelities, which Hera resents deeply. While her anger is often depicted as jealous or vengeful, it can also be understood as a divine reaction to the disruption of cosmic order. In ancient Greek society, marriage was a sacred institution, and Hera, as the goddess of marriage, upheld its sanctity. Zeus's affairs were not just personal betrayals, but violations of the divine order, threatening the very fabric of the familial structure that Hera represented. Despite these tensions, Hera's relationship with Zeus is also one of collaboration and mutual respect. Together, they govern the gods and the cosmos, with Hera's authority balancing Zeus's far-reaching power. Though Zeus often acts with greater spontaneity and authority, Hera's presence ensures that decisions align with the laws of justice and order. Their partnership is symbolic of the delicate balance between power and structure, force and stability, which governs the universe. In moments when Hera and Zeus clash, such as in the Iliad, their interactions reveal the complexities of their relationship. Hera challenges Zeus's decisions, particularly when she feels they undermine justice or the integrity of divine law. However, their conflicts are never a matter of complete opposition. Instead, they represent the ongoing negotiation between divine forces, each seeking to assert its influence over the world while maintaining the overall balance. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war, and strategy, shares a certain alignment with Hera in terms of their roles within the divine hierarchy. Both goddesses embody authority and wisdom, with Athena representing intellectual power and strategic warfare, and Hera overseeing the sanctity of marriage and the continuity of family. While their domains are different, they share a commitment to order, justice and the well-being of both gods and mortals. Throughout the Iliad and other myths, Athena and Hera often stand side by side, supporting the Greek cause during the Trojan War. Athena, with her strategic wisdom, and Hera, with her protective and justice-driven role, form a strong partnership. Together, they help the Greeks by offering guidance, devising plans, and intervening in key moments of the war. Hera respects Athena's intellect and cunning, while Athena acknowledges Hera's role as the guardian of law and order. However, the two goddesses are not without tension. While they share a commitment to justice, their methods sometimes diverge. Athena's approach is often more measured and rational, whereas Hera is more driven by emotional and moral considerations. This difference in approach occasionally leads to disagreements, but their underlying partnership remains strong. Their shared mission of preserving order, however, underscores the complementary nature of their relationship. Athena's intelligence and Hera's sense of justice work in tandem to guide the gods and mortals in the direction of divine will. One of the most significant rivalries in Greek mythology is that between Hera and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and desire. Whereas Hera represents the sacred bond of marriage and the law that governs familial relations, Aphrodite embodies the unpredictable and chaotic forces of passion, love, and desire. This contrast places them in opposition to one another, particularly in the myth of the judgment of Paris. In this myth, Paris, the Trojan prince, is tasked with deciding who among the three goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, deserves the golden apple marked for the fairest. Hera offers Paris power and rule over all of Asia. Athena promises him wisdom and military success, while Aphrodite offers him the love of the most beautiful mortal woman, Helen. Paris's choice of Aphrodite leads to Hera's wrath, as it not only bypasses her offer of power, but also undermines the sanctity of Helen's marriage to Menelaus, sparking the Trojan War. While the judgment of Paris represents the peak of their rivalry, the tension between Hera and Aphrodite extends beyond this myth. Aphrodite's role as a disruptor of marriage and family order is in direct conflict with Hera's protective and justice-driven role. Hera sees Aphrodite's power as a threat to the stability of both divine and mortal realms, while Aphrodite views Hera's focus on order as a limitation of the freedoms of love and desire. Despite their rivalry, the two goddesses share a deeper connection through their roles as powerful women in the divine hierarchy. Aphrodite, in her own way, also governs an aspect of divine and mortal life that, while chaotic, is essential to human existence: love and beauty. Hera, while opposing Aphrodite's influence, must also acknowledge the necessity of passion and desire in the mortal world, even if it is not her domain. Their rivalry, therefore, highlights the tension between the structured world of divine laws and the unpredictable nature of passion and love. Apollo, the god of prophecy, music, and healing, also plays a significant role in the divine realm. While Apollo represents knowledge and foresight, Hera represents the moral and cosmic laws that govern the world. Their interactions are often less marked by direct conflict, but more by subtle shifts in their roles within the divine hierarchy. In the Iliad, Apollo is often seen working in tandem with other gods, such as Zeus or Athena, but his relationship with Hera is less intimate than with other deities. However, in some myths, Hera's influence over the family and law intersects with Apollo's role as the god of prophecy, as he is sometimes called upon to foretell events or guide mortals in the direction of divine justice. His actions, however, are always rooted in knowledge and foresight, whereas Hera's are driven by the preservation of cosmic order and the enforcement of moral law. Hera and Apollo's connection underscores the balance between knowledge and justice. Apollo's prophetic abilities reveal the future, but Hera's role is to ensure that the world adheres to a moral and just path, regardless of the revelations of the future. Together, they represent two essential aspects of divine governance: knowledge and justice. The interplay between these forces reveals the dynamic nature of the gods, where each has a unique role to play in the ongoing regulation of the divine and mortal realms. Hera's relationship with Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and protector of young women, is often portrayed as one of shared concern for women's well-being, but also marked by their differing domains. Hera, as the goddess of marriage and family, focuses on the domestic sphere, while Artemis embodies independence, freedom, and the untamed forces of nature. While their realms may seem to conflict, Hera overseeing the sanctity of marriage and family, Artemis protecting women's independence and the wilds. They share a bond in their connection to the feminine divine. Hera is a figure who ensures that women in marriage and motherhood are protected, while Artemis ensures that women in their youth, purity, and independence are safe from harm. Their relationship, therefore, exemplifies the range of roles women can hold in society, as mothers and wives under Hera's protection and as independent, free women under Artemis's. Hera's relationships with other gods, whether alliances or rivalries, reveal her essential role in the structure of the divine realm. As Queen of the Gods, she is not only Zeus's partner, but also a central figure in the cosmic balance that governs both divine and mortal worlds. Hera's relationships with other deities reflect her unwavering commitment to justice, marriage, family, and order, values that have made her one of the most powerful and enduring figures in Greek mythology. Through her interactions with gods like Zeus, Athena, Aphrodite, and others, Hera's authority and influence extend far beyond her personal relationships, shaping the very fabric of the divine order. In modern times, Hera's image has undergone a significant transformation, especially within the context of feminism and gender studies. Historically, Hera has been viewed through the lens of her marriage to Zeus and her often vengeful response to his infidelities. This portrayal has shaped many people's understanding of her as a jealous and sometimes wrathful deity. However, in contemporary feminist reinterpretations of Greek mythology, Hera has emerged as a powerful symbol of feminine sovereignty, justice, and resilience. As a goddess who embodies marriage, family, power, and law, Hera's story has been re-examined to emphasize her role as a protector of justice and an assertive enforcer of balance in both the divine and mortal worlds. This chapter explores how modern feminist interpretations have reclaimed Hera as a figure of empowerment, focusing on her attributes of authority, protection, and divine justice. By examining Hera in this light, we can better understand her role as an archetype of feminine power, a figure who challenges traditional gender roles and redefines what it means to be a strong and influential woman. At the heart of Hera's mythological identity is her commitment to justice. Hera is the goddess of marriage, but her protection extends far beyond the personal and domestic sphere. As a divinely appointed enforcer of order, Hera's sense of justice reflects a deep belief in the preservation of balance and moral law. She is not merely an enforcer of retribution, but a protector of lawful union, making sure that both divine and mortal relationships are structured and legitimate. In feminist reinterpretations, Hera's commitment to justice is framed as an act of empowerment rather than mere retribution. Justice in this context becomes a force for societal stability, something that is essential for the empowerment of women and the continuity of family and society. Instead of portraying Hera's vengeance as a flaw or a weakness, these reinterpretations recognize that she is acting in defense of lawful union and family continuity, both crucial elements in a balanced and just society. Her actions, though seemingly harsh, reflect her divine authority and her belief that justice must be maintained at all costs, even if it means confronting the disruptions caused by Zeus's infidelities. Modern feminist readings of Hera often challenge the assumption that her jealousy is rooted in a flawed emotional nature. Instead, they position Hera's anger as a legitimate response to a violation of ethical boundaries and the sacred laws she upholds. In this context, her wrath becomes a manifestation of divine authority, a goddess who stands up for what is right, who demands accountability from those who disrupt the natural order. Hera is a figure who embodies feminine power, not through the passive roles often assigned to women in ancient societies, but through leadership, sovereignty, and divine authority. She does not depend on external validation or approval, but is the queen of the gods in her own right. As a goddess of marriage and family, Hera's power lies in her capacity to ensure balance and continuity, forces that are integral to the health of both divine and mortal realms. In modern feminist interpretations, Hera is no longer seen as a mere figure of domesticity or a passive partner to Zeus. Rather, she is viewed as an archetype of feminine strength and sovereignty, representing a woman's ability to lead and govern her domain. Her leadership is not coercive, but rather rooted in wisdom, justice, and the ability to maintain balance in relationships and society. This reimagining of Hera emphasizes that femininity and leadership are not mutually exclusive. A powerful woman can embody both grace and authority, much like Hera does in her role as Queen of the Gods. Hera's power is also amplified through her role as the guardian of marriage. Rather than seeing her as a figure of jealousy or bitterness, modern feminist interpretations highlight her as a symbol of commitment, loyalty, and duty, qualities that are often undervalued in traditional discussions of feminine power. Hera's unwavering commitment to marriage, even when faced with Zeus's unfaithfulness, makes her a model of emotional resilience and strength. She demonstrates that true power lies in maintaining one's integrity, standing firm in the face of adversity, and ensuring that the principles of justice and order are upheld. As a mother goddess, Hera represents another crucial aspect of femininity that modern feminist thought engages with: motherhood. In traditional depictions, Hera's maternal qualities are often overshadowed by her anger and jealousy, yet she is also a powerful and protective mother figure. Her role as a mother reflects her nurturing side, as she is deeply invested in the well-being of her children and their place in the divine order. In works of feminist literature and reinterpretations of Greek mythology, Hera's motherhood is framed as a source of empowerment. As the goddess who bears and protects children, Hera represents a vital force in ensuring the continuity of family and society. She is often depicted as a loving mother, particularly in her relationship with Ares, Eileithyia, and her other children. Yet, her motherhood is also about balance, protecting her children from harm while ensuring they adhere to the rules of the divine world. This aspect of Hera's character resonates with feminist ideas about motherhood, that it is not only a personal experience, but also a socially significant role that requires strength, authority, and the ability to nurture. By reclaiming Hera's maternal aspects, modern feminists highlight her as a symbol of maternal power and agency, showing that motherhood is not just about nurturing, but about defending and preserving what is sacred. Hera's relationship with her children, though often complex, is a reflection of her capacity to protect and guide the next generation, ensuring that they understand the importance of balance and justice. Hera's interactions with other female deities are also crucial to understanding her role as a figure of feminine strength. Her alliances with Athena, Artemis, and Demeter underscore her position as a powerful figure in the divine hierarchy, where women are not merely supporting figures, but equal participants in shaping the world. Hera's collaborations with these goddesses reflect her ability to work in partnership with other powerful women, blending their respective qualities of wisdom, war, nature, and fertility to maintain divine harmony. Her relationship with Athena, for example, shows how two powerful women can work together toward a common goal. Both Hera and Athena share a deep commitment to justice and order, but their approaches differ. Hera's justice is often emotional and protective, while Athena's wisdom and strategy lead to calculated, rational solutions. Together, they represent the balance between compassion and intellect, both essential components of feminine power. Similarly, Hera's interactions with Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the protector of young women, reveal another layer of her understanding of feminine strength. Artemis's independence and connection to nature offer a counterbalance to Hera's more structured domestic role. The two goddesses share a mutual respect for the safety and well-being of women, though they express it in different ways. Hera, as the goddess of marriage, provides structure and protection, while Artemis, as the goddess of the wild, allows women to assert their independence and strength. Their relationship embodies the diverse ways in which feminine power can manifest. In modern feminist readings of Greek mythology, Hera has been reclaimed as a goddess of empowerment. No longer seen as a jealous or vindictive figure, Hera is understood as an assertive, justice-driven deity who embodies the strength and resilience of women. She represents not only the authority that women can hold in both personal and public spheres, but also the emotional depth that allows women to maintain their power in the face of adversity. Hera's character serves as a reminder that true strength lies in maintaining one's integrity, ensuring the continuity of life and order, and defending those who are most vulnerable. In reclaiming Hera as a feminist icon, we recognize her as a deity who stands firm in her values: justice, marriage, family, and law, while embracing the complexity of feminine power. Through her story, Hera teaches us that feminine strength is not one-dimensional. It is multifaceted, deeply rooted in the protection of life and love, and resilient in the face of challenges. Hera, as a symbol of divine justice, sovereignty, and maternal strength, continues to inspire modern discussions about the empowerment of women, offering a timeless example of what it means to wield true power with grace, wisdom, and compassion. Hera's legacy in modern feminism is one of strength, sovereignty, and divine justice. By reclaiming her role as a protector of marriage, a goddess of justice, and a powerful maternal figure, modern feminists have transformed her into an icon of feminine empowerment. Hera's character challenges the traditional perceptions of women as passive figures and instead celebrates the complexities of female authority and power. Through her, we are reminded that feminine strength is found in the balance between protecting others, upholding justice, and embracing the resilience necessary to navigate both divine and mortal realms. Hera's legacy continues to serve as a symbol of feminine authority, showing that women, both in myth and in life, can hold power in their own right, shaping the world with grace, dignity, and strength. Hera, the queen of the gods, has a legacy that extends far beyond the ancient myths and rituals of the Greeks. Her image, deeply embedded in the collective consciousness, has evolved over millennia, adapting to the changing needs of different cultures while retaining its essence. In modern times, Hera's symbolism continues to resonate in various aspects of society, literature, art, and even psychology. From being a divine figure of marriage and justice to embodying the archetype of the powerful, protective woman, Hera's transformation from myth to metaphor reflects the timeless relevance of her character. This chapter explores how Hera's symbolism persists in the modern world, how her mythological attributes have been reinterpreted, and how she continues to serve as an inspiration in contemporary thought, from feminism to psychological theory and literary expression. Hera, in the modern world, is more than just a goddess from ancient Greece. She is a powerful metaphor for authority, balance, justice, and feminine strength. In the context of modern feminist movements, Hera's image has undergone a significant reclamation. Traditionally depicted as a figure of jealousy and vengeance, her character is now understood as one of immense sovereignty and strength. Hera, as the queen of the gods, represents not only the idea of leadership, but also the power that comes from resilience and the preservation of societal order. Her divine authority over marriage and family, while once seen as limiting or restrictive, has been reinterpreted as a symbol of protection and empowerment. Hera's role in maintaining divine balance and justice makes her a powerful figure in modern conversations about feminine leadership. In a world where women have historically been seen as subordinate to male figures of authority, Hera's position as a ruler and enforcer of cosmic law stands as a beacon for female empowerment. She governs the divine realm with dignity, fairness, and power, qualities that resonate deeply with the ongoing conversations about the role of women in society. Hera is no longer just the jealous wife of Zeus, but a divine figure who stands as a model for women in leadership, one who balances emotional depth, justice, and resilience. This shift in the interpretation of Hera's symbolism can be seen in how she has become an archetype for strong, independent women who demand respect and accountability, not only from their partners, but from society as a whole. Modern feminist thinkers have embraced Hera as a role model, a goddess who embodies divine justice while also protecting the sanctity of familial and marital bonds, making her a symbol of both strength and compassion. In psychological theory, particularly in the work of Carl Jung, the archetype of the goddess can serve as a mirror to our understanding of the unconscious mind and the various psychological roles we embody. Hera, in this context, emerges as a representation of the archetype of the protective mother, a figure who nurtures, defends, and maintains order in both the family and the broader world. Jung's theory of archetypes posits that certain universal symbols and patterns of behavior are inherent in the human psyche, and goddesses like Hera represent aspects of the feminine unconscious that have profound effects on our relationships, our internal world, and our understanding of justice. Hera, in psychological terms, is often seen as the embodiment of maternal authority, whose deep sense of duty to protect and maintain order provides the foundation for healthy relationships and personal growth. The maternal aspect of Hera symbolizes nurturing care as well as boundaries, ensuring that the sanctity of family and marriage is upheld, both in the divine and mortal realms. In this sense, Hera's role can be understood as a guiding principle for individuals, particularly women, who seek to balance their nurturing, protective instincts with the need to enforce boundaries and maintain order. The way that Hera embodies this archetype of maternal authority has been explored in various psychological frameworks that address the role of female power in the family and society. In Jungian psychology, Hera would correspond to the mother archetype, which encompasses both nurturing and protective qualities, suggesting that healthy psychological development requires the integration of both compassionate care and clear boundaries. Her influence, therefore, is a reminder that strength lies not only in the power to protect, but also in the wisdom to maintain balance, structure, and justice. Hera's symbolic presence continues to thrive in modern literature, where she is reimagined in many ways that emphasize her complexity, wisdom, and authority. In the contemporary retellings of ancient Greek myths, Hera often serves as a central character who explores themes of marriage, family, betrayal, and justice. While she is still occasionally portrayed as the goddess who seeks revenge for Zeus's infidelities, she is equally portrayed as a guardian of divine order and moral integrity. In novels, especially those that retell ancient myths or engage with the classics, Hera often emerges as a figure of moral complexity. Madeline Miller's Circe, for example, explores the relationship between Hera and other gods with a focus on the intricacies of divine power, justice, and the consequences of breaking sacred laws. Miller's reinterpretation of Hera's character, like many modern feminist takes, reframes her as a figure who embodies strength in the face of betrayal and the larger cosmic consequences of maintaining divine order. In these reimaginings, Hera's vengeance becomes less about petty anger and more about her commitment to divine balance. Similarly, in graphic novels and comic book adaptations, Hera has appeared as a dynamic character who is both a maternal protector and a fierce enforcer of justice. These interpretations often place her in contrast to other female figures like Aphrodite, focusing on her strength and her more authoritarian side. Hera's role in these modern works challenges traditional perceptions of femininity, elevating her to a position of power that aligns with empowerment, resilience, and justice. Hera's influence is not confined to literature and psychology. She also continues to play a significant role in popular culture. In movies, television series, and video games, Hera is often portrayed as a powerful and complex character. In TV shows such as Hercules, The Legendary Journeys, and Xena, Warrior Princess, Hera is depicted as a divine figure who embodies both compassion and cruelty, reflecting the contradictions and complexities that have always defined her character in mythology. These modern portrayals of Hera often highlight her leadership and authority, rather than her jealousy or vengeful nature. For instance, in Marvel Comics, Hera has appeared as a more compassionate figure who defends the rights of women and challenges the traditional norms of divine rule. The portrayal of Hera in comic books and cinematic universes showcases her as a figure whose divine justice and protective instincts still resonate with contemporary audiences. Her appearance in contemporary video games, like the God of War series, further reinforces her role as a goddess of justice and family. In these adaptations, Hera's divine role is expanded, showing her as a fierce protector of her people, even as she navigates the challenges posed by other gods and the world of mortals. The modern interpretation of Hera's character in popular media often emphasizes her power, wisdom, and moral righteousness, making her an enduring and relevant figure for modern audiences. In modern society, Hera's symbolism is increasingly invoked in conversations about feminism, gender equality, and family dynamics. Her character, once solely viewed as a figure of divine authority in the realm of marriage, is now understood as a symbol of justice and female strength. As a protector of family and a figure of cosmic order, Hera embodies ideals that transcend her mythological origins, representing the complexity of femininity in a world that demands both power and compassion from women. Her role as a mother goddess, a defender of the sanctity of marriage, and a symbol of leadership makes her a figure who resonates with contemporary values of empowerment, self-respect, and justice. By reclaiming Hera's narrative, modern interpretations allow her to represent the strength and sovereignty of women, both in the private sphere of the family and the public realm of divine governance. From ancient myths to modern interpretations, Hera's image has evolved into a symbol of feminine authority, cosmic justice, and protective power. She represents a nuanced view of femininity, one that values wisdom, leadership, compassion, and resilience. As society has shifted, so too has Hera's character, from the goddess of marital law to an enduring metaphor for the strength and justice of women. Whether in literature, psychology, popular culture, or feminist theory, Hera remains a figure whose presence continues to inspire, teaching us that true power lies in maintaining balance, integrity, and compassion in both the divine and mortal realms. As we journey through the many facets of Hera's mythic story, from her regal sovereignty and protective nature to her complex emotions and fierce sense of justice, we find that her legacy is far from confined to the ancient world. Hera's presence in mythology is a reflection of timeless truths about power, responsibility, the balance between love and law, and the strength required to uphold both. Her role as the Queen of the Gods, a goddess of marriage and family, and a figure of justice and order, resonates in modern interpretations as much as it did in the classical world. Through the reimagining of Hera in literature, psychology, art, and modern media, we come to understand her not only as a divine enforcer of order, but as a symbol of feminine strength and empowerment. Hera's story is one of resilience, wisdom, and authority, where her emotional depth and complex interactions with other gods offer profound insights into the intricacies of human relationships and societal structures. She embodies the challenges and triumphs of both personal power and the broader cosmic order. Whether as a figure of divine vengeance or maternal protection, Hera's evolution reflects our ongoing exploration of what it means to hold power with grace, balance, and compassion. Her myth has taught us that true strength lies not in dominance or isolation, but in the ability to uphold justice, protect what is sacred, and balance the forces of love and law. As we reflect on her legacy, we see that Hera's influence transcends mythology, offering us lessons on leadership, loyalty, and the enduring power of the feminine in all its forms. Hera's story reminds us that even in the face of conflict and adversity, the forces of order, justice, and love are never truly lost. They are passed down through generations in both divine and human realms, and they continue to inspire and guide us toward a world where strength and compassion can coexist. Her enduring presence in myth and her reclaiming in modern culture ensures that Hera's legacy will forever remain a symbol of divine power, balance, and feminine authority, a force that continues to shape how we perceive justice, leadership, and the sacred. Bonds that unite us all. May her story continue to inspire, empower, and remind us of the strength that resides in both the gods and ourselves.